ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय। ॐ नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यव उतोत इषवे नमः। नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुत ते नमः। यात इषुः शिवतमा शिवम् बभूव ते धनुः। शिवा शरव्यायात बतया नो रुद्रमृडया। याते रुद्रशिवा तनोरघोरा पापकाशिनी। तया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिचाकशीः। यामिषुङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्ष्यस्तवे। शिवाङ्गिरित्रताङ्गुरुमाहि गुंसेः पुरुषम् जगत्। शिवेन वचसा ता गिरिशाच्छावदामसि। यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुम् सुमना असत्। तद्ध्यवोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषक। अहेगिष्ट सर्वाञ्जम्भयन् सर्वाश्च जातु धान्यः। असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रुः सुमङ्गलः। ये चेमागुम् रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षुष्यिताः सहस्रशो वैशागुम् हेड ईमहे। असौ यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः। उतैनम् गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः। उतैनम् विश्वा भूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः। नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीढुषे। अथो ये अस्य सत्तानो हन्तेभ्यो करम् नमः। प्रमुञ्च धन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरार्नियोर्ज्याम्। याश्च ते हस्त इषवः पदाता भगवो वप। अवतत्यधनुस्त्वगुम् सहस्राक्षशतेषुधे। निषेर्य शल्यानाम् मुखा शिवो नः सुमना भव। विद्यम् धनुः कवर्धिनो विशल्यो बाणवागुम् उत। अनेशन्नस्तेषव आभुरस्य निषङ्गतिः। याते हेतर्मेढुष्टमहस्ते बभूवते धनुः। तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमजक्ष्मया परिभुजा। नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधाय नातताय धृष्णवे। उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्याम् तव धन्वने। परिते धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् वृणक्तु विश्वतः। अथो य इषुधिस्तपारे अस्मन्निधेहितम्। नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिगाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः। नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशाम् च पतये। नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनाम् पतये। नमो नमः सस्मिञ्जराय त्विषीमते पथीनाम् पतये। नमो नमो बभ्रुषाय विव्याधिनेन्नानाम् पतये। नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपभीतिने पुष्टानाम् पतये। नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगताम् पतये। नमो नमो रुद्राय तथा विनेक्षेत्त क्षत्राणाम् पतये नमो नमः सूतायाहन्त्याजवनानाम् पतये नमो नमो रोगिताय स्थपतये वृक्षाणाम् पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षाणाम् पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृताय औषधीनाम् पतये नमो नम उच्चैर्घोषाय क्रन्दयते पत्तीनाम् पतये नमो नमः कृत्स्नभीताय धावते सत्त्वनाम् पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निव्याधिन आव्याधिनीनाम् पतये नमो नमः ककुभाय निषङ्गिणे स्तेनानाम् पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिण इषुधिमते तस्कराणाम् पतये नमो नमो वञ्जते परिवञ्जते स्तायोनाम् पतये नमो नमो निचेनवे परिचरायारण्यानाम् पतये नमो नमः सृगाविभ्यो जिघागुंसद्भ्यो मुष्णताम् पतये नमो नमोऽसि मद्भ्यो नक्तञ्चरद्भ्यः प्रकृन्तानाम् पतये नमो नम उष्णेषिणे गिरिचराय कुलुञ्चानाम् पतये नमो नम इषुमद्भ्यो दन्दाविभ्यश्च वो नमो नम आतन्दानेभ्यः प्रतिदधानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नम आयच्छद्भ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमोऽस्यद्भ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नम आसीनेभ्यः शयानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्भ्यो जाग्रद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तिष्ठद्भ्यो धावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नम आव्याधिनेभ्यो विविध्यन्तेभ्यश्च वो नमो नम उगणाभ्यस्त्रिगुंहतेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो भ्रातेभ्यो भ्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महत्यक्षल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथिभ्यो रथेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यश्च सेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः क्षत्रभ्यः सङ्ग्रहेतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकालेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मालेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमो नम इषुकृद्भ्यो धन्वकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो मृगयभ्यश्वनिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमश्वभ्यश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च शितिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्यक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिबिविष्टाय च नमो मेढुष्टमाय जेषुमते च नमो ह्रस्ताय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षेयसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे च गिराय च नमः शीघ्र्याय च शेभ्याय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च द्वेप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो जघन्याय च बुद्ध्रियाय च नमः सोऽभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नम उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वर्म्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नम आशुषेणाय चाशुरथाय च नमः शोराय च वभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरोधिने च नमो भिन्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्टवे च प्रमृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिणे चेषु धिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णेषवे च युधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सोद्याय च सरस्याय च नमो ताद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कोप्याय च भट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नम ईद्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेष्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च
ॐ हर 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 ॐ
नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च रुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नम उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयो भवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमस्तीर्थ्याय च गोल्याय च नमः पार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नम आतार्याय च लात्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिगत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नम इरण्याय च प्रपथ्याय च नमः किगुंशिलाय च क्षयणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ठ्याय च गृह्याय च नमस्तत्याय च गेह्याय च नमः काट्याय च गह्वरेष्ठाय च नमो हृदयाय च निवेष्ट्याय च नमः पागुंसव्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुष्क्याय च हरित्याय च नमो लोप्याय चोलप्याय च नम ऊर्व्याय च सोर्म्याय च नमः पर्ण्याय च पर्णशत्याय च नमोपगुरमाणाय च विघ्नते च नम आखिदते च प्रखिदते च नमो वह्किरिकेभ्यो देवानागुम् हृदयेभ्यो नमो विक्षीणकेभ्यो नमो विचिन्वत्केभ्यो नम आनिर्हतेभ्यो नम आमीवत्केभ्यः द्रापे अन्धसस्पते दरिद्रम् नीललोहिता एषाम् पुरुषाणामेषाम् पशूनाम् माभेर्मा रोमो एषाम् किञ्चनाममत् याते रुद्रशिवा तनोः शिवा विश्वाह भेषजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजीतया नो मृडजीवसे इमागुम् रुद्राय तवसे कपर्दिने क्षयद्वीराय प्रभरामहे मतिम् यथा नश्चमसद्विपदे चतुष्पदे विश्वम् पुष्टम् ग्रामे अस्मिन्ननातुरम् मृडानो रुद्रोतनो मयस्कृधिक्षयद्वीराय नमसा विधेमते यच्छञ्जयोष्टमनुरायजे पिता तदश्यामतवरुद्रप्रणीतौ मानो महान्तमुतमानो अर्भकम् मान उक्षन्तमुतमान उक्षितम् मानो वधेः पितरम् मोत मातरम् प्रियामानस्तनुवो रुद्ररेरिषः मानस्तोकेतनजे मान आयुषि मानो गोषु मानो अश्वेषु रेरिषः वीरान्मानो रुद्रभामितो वधेरहविष्मन्तो नमसा विधेमते हारात्ते गोघ्न उत पूरुषघ्ने क्षयद्वीराय सुम्नमस्मे ते अस्तु रक्षा च नो अधि च देवब्रोह्यथा च नः शर्म यच्छद्विबर्हाः त्वहि श्रुतम् गर्तसदञ्युवानम् मृगन्न भीममुपहत्नुमुग्रम् मृडाचरित्रे रुद्रस्तवानो अन्यन्ते अस्मन्निवपन्तु सेनाः परिणो रुद्रस्य हेतुर्मृणक्त्वपरित्येषस्य दुर्मतिरघायोः अवस्थिरा भगवद्भ्यस्तनुष्वमेढ्वस्तोकायतनयाय मृडय मेढुष्टमशिवतमशिवो नः सुमना भव परमे वृक्ष आयुधम् निधाय कृत्तिम् वसान आचर पिनाकम् बिभ्रदागहि विकिरितविलोहित नमस्ते अस्तु भगवः यास्ते सहस्रगुम् हेतयोऽन्यमस्मन्निवपन्तु ताः सहस्राणि सहस्रधा बाहुवोस्तव हेतयः तासामीशानो भगवः पराचीनामुखाकृधि सहस्राणि सहस्रशो ये रुद्रा अधिभूम्याम् तेषागुम् सहस्रयोजने बधन्नानि तन्मसि अस्मिन्महत्यण्डवेऽन्तरिक्षे भवाधि नीलग्रीवाश्चितिकण्ठाः शर्वा अधः क्षमाचराः नीलग्रीवाश्चितिकण्ठादिवगुम् रुद्रा उपश्रिताः ये वृक्षेषु सस्पिञ्जरा नीलग्रीवा विलोहिताः ये भूतानामधिपतयो विशिखासः कपर्दिनः ये अन्नेषु विविध्यन्ति पात्रेषु पिबतो जनान् ये पथाम् पथिरक्षय ऐलभृदायव्युधः ये तीर्थानि प्रचरन्ति सृकावन्तो निषङ्गिणः च एतावन्तश्च भूयागुंसश्च दिशो रुद्रावितस्थिरे तेषागुंसहस्रयोजने बधन्नानि तन्मसि नमो रुद्रेभ्यो ये पृथिव्याम् येऽन्तरिक्षे ये दिवि येषामन्नम् वातो भर्षमिषभस्तेभ्यो 10 प्राचीर्दश दक्षिणादश प्रतीचेर्दशोदीचेर्दशोर्ध्वास्तेभ्यो नमस्ते नो मृडयन्तु तेजम् विष्णोजश्च नो द्वेष्टितम् भोजम्भे दधामि ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिम् पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीरमामृतात् यो रुद्रो अग्नौ यो अप्सु य ओषधीषु यो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु ये ते सहस्रमयुतम् पाशामृत्योमत्याय हन्तवे तानि यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वानवयजामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा मृत्यवे स्वाहा प्राणानाम् ग्रन्थिरसि रुद्रो मा विशान्तकः तेनान्नेनाप्यायस्व नमो रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि तमुष्टुहि यस्विषुः सुधन्धायो विश्वस्य क्षयति भेषजस्य यक्ष्वामहेसौ मनसाय रुद्रम् नमोभिर्देवमसुरन्दुवस्य अयम् मे हस्तो भगवानयम् मे भगवत्तरः अयम् मे विश्वभेषजो जगम् शिवाभिमर्शनः ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः
जगमग हुआ सारा गगन, सत्य धर्म की राह दिखाने साई लिए अवतरण, सत्य साई लिए अवतरण। साईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात्। समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु, समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु। समस्त लोका सुखिनो भवन्तु।
कविम् कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजम् ब्रह्मणाम् ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नो दिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजनीवती दीनामवित्रयवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरि भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ ईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् ॐ ईश्वराय विद्महे सत्यदेवाय धीमहि तन्नः सर्वः प्रचोदयात् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः सुरमुनिवन्दितविनायका सुरमुनिवन्दितविनायका आनन्ददायक विनायका आनन्ददायक विनायका हे शिवनन्दन शुभानना हे शिवनन्दन शुभानना साई गणेश विनायका साई गणेश विनायका साई गणेश साई गणेश विनायका
साई गणेश साई गणेश साई गणेश विनायका
साई गणेश साई गणेश विनायका
साई गणेश 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 साई गणेश साई गणेश विनायका
सुरमुनिवन्दित विनायका आनन्ददायक विनायका
आनन्ददायक विनायका
हे शिवनन्दन शुभानना
हे शिवनन्दन शुभानना
Sai Ganesha Vinayaka.
Sai Ganesha, Sai Ganesha, 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 Sai Ganesha Vinayaka.
Suramuni Vandita Vinayaka.
ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम साई तेरे नाम
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 सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई राम सत्य साई राम
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 अल्लाह साई मौला साई
अल्लाह साई मौला साई
अल्लाह साई मौला साई
अल्लाह साई मौला साई
ईश बुद्ध साई ए महावीर साई
येशु बुद्ध साई हे महावीर साई
ईश बुद्ध साई ए महावीर साई
येशु बुद्ध साई हे महावीर साई
गोविंद साई गोपाल साई नानक 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 साई
सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई राम सत्य साई राम
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 ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम साई तेरे नाम
ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम साई तेरे नाम
सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई राम सत्य साई राम
सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई राम सत्य साई राम
अल्लाह साई मौला साई
अल्लाह साई मौला साई
ईश बुद्ध साई हे महावीर साई
येशु बुद्ध साई हे महावीर साई
गोविंद साई गोपाल साई नानक साई
गोविंद साई गोपाल साई नानक साई
सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई राम सत्य साई राम
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 ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम साई तेरे नाम सर्वधर्म प्रिय साई राम सत्य साई राम
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
All I want is your love, my child. All I want is your faith.
All I want is your love, my child. All I want is your faith.
All I want is your love in God, no matter what's your faith.
All I want is your love in God, no matter what's your faith.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Allah all came to this land.
Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Allah, all came to this land.
All of them brought the message of love. Love your fellow man.
All of them brought the message of love. Love your fellow man.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
The light you see in the dark of night is that of God in man.
The light you see in the dark of night is that of God in man.
Find the light that is in your heart and reach thy promised land.
Find the light that is in your heart and reach thy promised land.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
All I want is your love, my child. All I want is your faith.
All I want is your love, my child. All I want is your faith.
All I want is your love in God, no matter what's your faith.
All I want is your love in God, no matter what's your faith.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, Sathya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Allah all came to this land.
Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, Allah
of love. Love your fellow man.
All of them brought the message of love. Love your fellow man.
So says Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
Why fear when I am here?
The light you see in the dark of night is that of God in man.
The light you see in the dark of night is that of God in man.
Find the light that is in your heart and reach thy promised land.
Find the light that is in your heart and reach thy promised land.
So says Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, my Lord.
So says Baba, Satya Sai Baba, Satya Sai Baba, my Lord.
Why fear when I am here?
हे रामदूता हे रामभक्ता हे रामदासा नमो नमो हे रामदूता हे रामभक्ता हे रामदासा नमो नमो सीता माता शोक विनाशा सीता माता शोक विनाशा अनाथ नाथा नमो नमो अनाथ नाथा नमो नमो मारुतिराय महानुभावा मारुतिराय महानुभावा अधिबलवन्दा नमो नमो वीराञ्जनेया नमो नमो हे रामदूता हे रामभक्ता हे रामदासा नमो नमो सीता माता शोक विनाशा अनाथ नाथा नमो नमो मारुतिराय महानुभावा लिङ्गेश्वराय नमो लिङ्गेश्वराय नमो साईश्वराय नमो साईश्वराय नमो ॐ नमः शिवाय 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 नमो मृत्युञ्जयाय नमो त्र्यम्बकाय नमो लिङ्गेश्वराय नमो साईश्वराय नमो ॐ नमः शिवाय 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 नमो मृत्युञ्जयाय नमो
Saram, my humble pranam at the lotus feet of our dear Lord Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Respected elders, dear brothers and sisters, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to Swami's 95th birthday celebrations, organized by Phoenix Eye Center in cooperation with Mesa and Scottsdale Eye Centers. This year, the celebration will be all virtual. The theme for this year is, Why Fear When I Am Here? We chose this theme due to the global pandemic we are all facing. Here in the US, we are also dealing with social and political unrest, natural disasters, and economic downturn. We are isolated from colleagues at work, families, friends, and face uncertainty. So we wanted to learn how we can derive strength from Swami. We wanted to learn from other devotees what difficulties they face, how they are coping with the situation. Is it through prayer, through reading Baba's books, or singing bhajans? So we can connect with each other and be of support to each other in our Sai family. Now it is time for me to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Jnanabhaskar. Dr. Jnanabhaskar Tenali is an alumni of Sri Sathya Sai University. He joined the university in 1980 and graduated with PhD in mathematics in 1990. At Baba's command, he served as a faculty member in the math department from 1990 to 92. Currently, he is a professor of mathematics at Florida Institute of Technology. He has learnt and taught Veda chanting at Purti. Dr. Bhaskar served as the president of Region 3 during 2013 to 2017. He's from Melbourne, Florida. Dr. Bhaskar was telling me he was the first batch of students who attended Swami's University when it was formed. He also mentioned how his father was a Swami devotee and he wanted him to study under Swami in his university. Dr. Bhaskar was relating his experiences on how he came to the US when no one knew of the university he graduated from, Sri Sathya Sai University, being a new university at the time. In the coming years, in his university, in which he was a faculty, many people applied from Sathya Sai University and how it became known due to his work and discipline. I thought this is an example of how Swami has reached people across the globe. Now, let us welcome Dr. Jnana Bhaskar.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my most prayerful salutations at the divine lotus feet of Bhagawan Shri Sathya Sai Baba. I consider it a great privilege and a blessing from Bhagawan to be part of your satsang for the celebration of 95th birthday of Bhagawan. It gives me great pleasure to be part of your satsang, and I offer my gratitude to Brother Ravi who has invited me to speak at your Sai Center. And I hope and pray that Bhagavan's grace will be on all of you who are making a great effort to maintain spiritual connection with Bhagavan during these difficult times. I also pray for his grace and blessings on the entire humanity and to relieve humanity from this suffering that this humanity is going through, and bless everybody with good health and good cheer. And the topic for today's discussion is why fear when I am here. This is a statement of assurance that Bhagavan has given numerous times to his devotees. Why fear when I am here? Usually, when you look at a deity in Sanatana Dharma, these deities hold certain hand gestures. So those hand gestures, usually in the first two hands that you see, the gesture will be, one is this, the other gesture will be a hand down, like in the inverted position. So those are the, like this is one hand and the other hand down is the gestures that you see in the Hindu deities. And so this gesture is called Abhaya Mudra. The other one with the inverted hand down, palm facing downward, is known as the Varada Mudra. Mudra are gestures of a hand. So Abhaya Mudra is the one that is saying that there is a protection from the deity that is showing the Abhaya Mudra. And Bhayam is fear in Sanskrit. Abhayam is the absence of fear. So when we talk about a gesture with Abhayam, that means the deity who holds such a gesture is guaranteeing the devotees a absence of fear, so that the devotee of such a deity do not have to have fear of anything. So that is the guarantee that the deity is giving. And in the Varada, the inverted palm facing downwards, is a Varada Mudra, which guarantees that the deity is going to grant and bless the devotee with all the good things that the devotee needs to have in one's life. So this Abhaya Mudra, the gesture of assurance of non-fear or absence of fear to the devotees, is one of the most common gestures that Bhagavan has often is seen giving to his devotees. Right? You must have seen numerous pictures of Bhagavan where Bhagavan would hold a hand gesture like this every time he comes out for giving darshan. And many a times, no matter what is the occasion, Bhagavan always had this gesture of Abhayam, Abhaya Mudra, meaning that he is guaranteeing absence of fear for his devotees. So when we talk, and then on top of that, in addition to the gesture, he also has said, of course, that why fear when I am here, as an assurance, as a guarantee. Because many times when devotees go to him during the time when he was physically present in Prashanti Nilayam, when devotees go to him, they went to him often with some type of difficulty in their lives or other, or some kind of a desire for them, for their family or for themselves or other. In any of these situations, whenever Bhagavan spoke to the devotees, he always told them that the burdens of the devotees are his, and that he are his responsibility, and that he will be the one who will make sure that things will work out fine and well for the devotees. So this is how he has repeatedly, numerous times. I would not be surprised if Swami has assured millions of devotees through personal interactions, through dreams and through visions and through direct gestures, whether one-on-one or in groups. He has always repeatedly assured his devotees, saying that he is the one who will take care of the devotees during their times of trials and tribulations. So when we hear something like that, somebody coming and telling us, why fear when I am here? So then that is such a great statement to derive confidence and to derive some peace from. Now you see, if it also depends on who is making this statement, because if some ordinary person like me were to say, oh, don't worry about it, why fear when I am here, suppose I say that, then nobody will care, because what is Jnanabhaskar's capacity to take care of the others? Very limited. So who is making such a statement matters, because it's not that every second person can say, why fear when I am here, oh, don't worry, I will take care of. Many times we hear our friends and family tell us, oh, don't worry, I am there for you. Well, they are there for us, but what their capacity is limited. Yes, they will cater to our needs and fears. If we have any, they can try to remove those to an extent. But if a statement like that comes from someone whom we revere as God and none other than God, then that comes with a great weight, because there is nothing that is impossible for God. So when you hear such an assurance, the more powerful a person is, such an assurance gains weight, right? Rather than coming from some ordinary person like me. So the fact that Bhagavan is making the statement, why fear when I am here? Why should you worry about it? Anything for that matter, when I am there to take care of you. That is the kind of abhayam, the grant of absence of fear that he is assuring us. Now, so because it is coming from God, we have trust in such a statement that no matter what is the cause of my fear, I know it will be taken care of, because this God that we are praying to is an omnipresent, omniscient, and more importantly, omnipotent God. So a statement like that coming from the most powerful person is definitely greatly reassuring. Of course, the reassurance is also based on how much faith we have in the person who is saying it. So for all of us here who have gathered in this auspicious celebration, we all here do consider Bhagavan as our God. So having said that, then there is nothing more to discuss. He is God for us, and therefore if he says, I am there for you, you have nothing to worry, then we have nothing to worry. So that is the kind of the confidence, the assurance, the calm that comes to us when we remind ourselves that this statement, simple in it itself, why fear when I am here, just five words, but that for a devotee who has placed immense faith in Bhagavan, such a simple statement can be a source of great strength, great comfort, and and a sense of and grant the devotee a huge amount of peace and acceptance in one's heart. So this statement, why fear when I am here, therefore, is very relevant to the current times, because everybody is going through some kind of trouble or turmoil. There are no exceptions. So, and in such a situation, who is there to come and tell why fear when I am here? The medical professionals cannot tell. They can do their best, but they cannot say, don't worry about it, we'll take care of it. Or the most wealthiest person on earth cannot say that. We are seeing the most wealthy people, most powerful people. Or this situation is affecting no matter who they are and what their standing in the society is. In such times, it is a great reminder to us to have a satsang to talk about why fear when I am here, as a statement, as an assurance, as a blessing coming from Bhagawan himself. So this topic therefore is of great relevance, is what I am thinking, and also I think it is a greatly comforting statement. Now, just to recall, because after all we are celebrating 95th birthday of Bhagawan, and during his physical presence and even after that, he continues to demonstrate that he is there for his devotees. And we have heard numerous stories. All of us have been listening to satsangs about Bhagavan Baba's miracles, and how miracles, as in, I don't mean some kind of okay, he created rings and he created this, he created vibhuti. Those are miracles, but that is not what we are talking here. Times when the devotees were were in trouble, and Bhagavan went to their help and alleviated whatever suffering they have been going through. There are incidences when people had, for example, incurable diseases, people having cancer, people having tumors in different parts of body, and people having very rare and difficult diseases that the doctors have given up hope on. I don't need to give details of it, but because those are easily found if you look to the Sai literature. Many devotees, both in India and outside of India, across the world, so rich people, poor people, they all had narrated this type of situation, examples where they mysteriously, having prayed to Bhagavan and having come to Bhagavan, their diseases have been cured. When doctors have said that it is impossible, when doctors have said that this person cannot walk, after taking to Bhagavan's name and whatever vibhuti and things like that, a lot of people have experienced regaining health. So when you hear that, okay, here are devotees who had numerous physical ailments, and why limit to only physical? I know of a personal friend of mine whose family member was actually having depression. So it's a mental disease, and there was apparently no cause for it, but it was a severe chronic depression, and then all of it suddenly gets removed by Bhagavan's intervention. They happened that they had an interview, and Bhagavan asked, okay, how are you? And then my good friend told Bhagavan that, Bhagavan, my sister is having this acute depression, and she no amount of encouragement or medicines seem to help. And then Bhagavan talks to her for a few minutes, and whatever he gives, and then very soon the family members see that the depression is going away, and soon the person becomes a normal human being. So physical ailments, mental diseases, all of these things, you can read the stories where Bhagavan has intervened and removed them from the lives of his devotees. And in fact, this sometimes you can see that kind of a physical intervention, right? You can say Bhagavan creates vibhuti and gives them. Sometimes he will say, okay, go to this person and get this kind of a treatment in direct physical contact. But there are times And this too you can read in Sai literature, that there are times when somebody is suffering from an acute disease, Swami appears in that devotee's dream, and in the dream he performs a surgery. In the dream, the Bhagavan performs a surgery, and then when the devotee wakes up, he finds that he is cured of his disease. We have heard of such stories. And there are also, what do you see in these examples that I am talking about? Broadly, I mentioned only physical ailments, mental ailments, some troubles of this kind. And so that means what? Here is a difficulty that the devotee has already gotten into, and for at least apparently no fault of his or her own, right? Because if somebody gets a disease, they get a disease. Why do they get? Philosophically, we can explain, talk, and all that. But that means here we are talking about devotees who are in trouble, and Bhagavan comes to their rescue and removes the suffering that the devotee is going through, physically and in dream, and sometimes even in far off places through visions, etc. Right? So now the other type of thing is that a certain difficulty or calamity is about to happen. It has not happened to the devotee yet, but it's about to happen, and then Bhagavan comes to their rescue and prevents it from happening. We have examples of that type of things too, where, for example, once Swami was touring, going around in Andhra Pradesh, and he was, wherever he went, huge crowds started gathering, and especially in small towns and villages, the streets are narrow. They are not very wide streets. So as Bhagavan is passing through, and he was standing up in his jeep, and he was giving blessing to everybody, and he sees that, and you know how the streets in India are, on both sides there are houses of different dimensions, and one house has a 3-story, next house is just a small hut. There is no uniformity in the pattern of the houses, and so there was one building on the terrace of, people were crowding everywhere, and on top of the terrace of a building, a huge crowd of people were gathered to have darshan of Bhagavan. So you see, now these people have climbed up to that place thinking that they can have an unobstructed view of Bhagavan, and so they can get better darshan. So as Swami is passing through the road, and he looks up, and he just held his hand gesture like that, and he kept holding it like that, kept on holding, looking at them, and kept on holding it like that. And then after they passed and then went back, Swami mentioned that, look, more number of people than that building's, that roof can hold, have actually climbed on top of that building. If only I did not hold it up until they all got down, there would have been a big calamity there. So he did not let it happen. You see, in the things where we talked earlier, disease has come, and we are reminding ourselves of his assurance to all of us during these difficult times. Now, he has said many times that in one of the poems, he wrote a letter to somebody, a devotee, and in the letter he says, Sri Puttaparthi Nilayudu Kapadunu Ninnepudu Karunamayudai Chepatti Ninnu Brochunu Marodu Tana Madinepudu Ninnu. So meaning that Sri Puttaparthi, the Lord of Puttaparthi, will always protect you. Kapadunu Ninnepudu Karunamayudai. He is a merciful Lord, he is a compassionate Lord, so he will come to the rescue of his devotees. Karunamayudai. Chepatti Ninnu Brochunu. He will, Brochuta means to bless and give grace to that person. And he will do it, and he will never forget his devotees in his heart. That is the assurance he has given. In fact, he said in one of the discourses that I was sitting and listening in Purnachandra Auditorium several decades ago, where he said, Nivadani okapari palkina, evadainanu eluduvani. Meaning that once if you can say to yourself sincerely, honestly, with all your heart, that Swami, I am yours. If you can say with all your being, with all your heart, I am yours, If you can say that, I don't care who you are, whoever you are, I will make sure, I will take care of that person. That's the kind of statement he has made. And so, and this is not new for only Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. These kind of assurances have been given by all the avatars in the past. Even Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita has said that Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. I will manifest myself repeatedly, not once here, once there, but repeatedly, in order that Paritranaya sadhunam, in order to save the good people, meaning that noble people, right? And he also says in the subsequent one, Ananyas chintayanto mam ye janah paryupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyam. He says, whosoever is fixated in his mind on me, Ananyas chintayanto mam, without thought of the second, if they can think of me, Ananyas chintayanto mam ye janah paryupasate. The key word I am talking about here is ye janaha. He does not say that, oh, only if such and such a person is wealthy, I will do this. Only if such and such a person has donated this much money to my trust, I will do this. No bar set up is put there. Nobody is excluded in that. He doesn't say only Indians I will save, or he doesn't say only Brahmins I will save. No caste, no creed, no sex, no as in gender, and no race, no language. Ye janaha, he says. Meaning whoever, doesn't matter. So here comes, when somebody like God speaks to us, that's how they will talk. Ye jana, whosoever. What is the only criteria? There is a criteria. What is the only criteria? Ananyas chintayanto mam. We have to be fixated in our mind about him, on him. That's it. That's the quality, that's the property that he expects. And once we take care of that, then the rest follows. What does he do? Yoga kshemam vahamyam. In this yoga and kshema, there are two words. Yoga, kshemam. Kshemam is safety, is what we generally translate as, right? Yogam is, many times that word has different meanings in different contexts, and generally everybody thinks yoga means putting some physical asanas. That's just one aspect of yoga. Yoga means a lot of things, but today's discussion is not about yoga, so we will not get into that. But one meaning that is relevant to us in this context is yoga means obtaining that which we don't have, but something, I got that yogam to get it. We say that many times. That means, I got it. So you receive something that you need or you want. That is yogam. Yuj is to join, to add. So he will do the yogam. If something that I'm in need of, if I need wealth, he will give that much wealth that is needed for me. If I need health, he will give that much health that is needed for me. So that is yogam, right? And then there is a kshemam. Kshemam is safety, but really what the another meaning of that is that having gotten something, he will make sure that you don't lose it. That is kshema, right? I say he gives me health today. Today I prayed and I say, Baba, please save me, and today I got health. What if it goes tomorrow? So it's not like that. Kshemam means having given that which is beneficial to you, you will make sure you don't lose it. That is yoga and kshema. That is yoga kshema. It's two words. So this is the kind of level at which an avatar speaks. So when he says, why fear when I am here, that is the level of assurance that he is giving us. So you see, why are we talking about it? So that we tell ourselves, because there are numerous things that are going on around us, and we are not necessarily all the time in a perfect state of mind. So we sometimes get scared, we sometimes get worried, we sometimes get stressed. All these emotions and feelings we go through. And in all those times, all we have to do is to tell ourselves that, look, Bhagawan has said, Yogakshemam Vahamyam in Bhagavad Gita, and our own dear Lord has said, why fear when I am here? So such a assurance, such a statement repeatedly, We just have to tell ourselves and be convinced about it. So that is the kind of great statement. In fact, I'm very glad that such a beautiful topic has been chosen for your satsang on the 95th celebrations, birthday celebrations of Bhagavan, particularly this year, because of the kind of situations that everybody is going through. So this is, at one level, I spoke about how to look at this statement. When he says, why fear when I am here? Don't worry. But certain things need to be now, we'll examine this statement little more in depth, because the reason we want to understand this in depth is not as a mere intellectual exercise, but because the more thoroughly and the more accurately we understand a statement, the more convinced we will be in our heart. Isn't it? Anything is like that. If I just say, okay, I think I believe it. If we just say, but we believe it merely out of some faith. The day that faith is little shaky, you don't believe it anymore, right? So whereas if you are convinced, oh, this statement is true because of these reasons, and this is exactly how this statement operates, then it's not anymore just a matter of faith. It's a matter of knowledge. Yes, I know. If today, suppose somebody comes to and says, and my friend, the sun rises in the east. Will you call it faith? It's night today. Tomorrow, somebody says, so tomorrow the sun is going to come back up on the east. You say, oh, who knows, sir? You are saying you may believe it, but I don't believe it. Do we say? No. Why? Because sun rises on the east is a part and parcel of our daily experience, so it becomes knowledge. So once it becomes knowledge, it cannot be shaken out. It cannot be shaken. So therefore, let's examine this statement. We understood it as to how it operates with Bhagavan's devotees, etc. How he has come and actually done it. He fulfilled his promise. In fact, you hear it not just from Bhagavan, but like I said, when all the avatars, right? Even after Bhagavan has left his physical body, at the time that happened, a lot of devotees were distressed. Probably the worst thing that has happened to Satya Sai devotees across the world is losing Swami physically, especially those who have been used to seeing him in Prashanti, who have numerous interactions with him, who had the great blessing and the privilege to see him morning and evening, walking amongst the devotees, responding physically. So I had some problem. I had the privilege to walk up to him, or when he comes to me, stand up and tell him, Bhagavan, this is what is bothering me. And then he would respond physically and assure me. So I know that this is a real thing that is happening, right? For example, in the 1980s, when I was there as a student in Prashanti Nilayam, my mother my mother had cancer at that time. And then I used to write every time to Bhagavan that, Bhagavan, please save my mother. Because I was not even 20, right? And then we were just two brothers and my father and just two boys at home. Of course, we were both at that time, I was studying in Puttaparthi, my brother and my father at home, and my mother going through all types of, you can imagine, this is some 35 years ago. So the treatment on cancer was not as good as it is today, and especially in India in those days, it wasn't the very best. Though she got the best that was available at that time, but it still is not what it is today. So once somebody hears the word cancer, in those days it used to be like, that's it, it's a terminal. There is no way of coming back from it. So that's the kind of a fear we used to have. So I used to write to Bhagavan, please save my mother, please bless her with good health. So when I am telling you all these things about why fear when I am here and all these examples, it is also born out of my own experience of having gone through, and for that matter, who hasn't had some kind of fear or other in one's life, right? If somebody says, no, in my whole life, entire life, I never had to have any fear of anything ever, then I would be extremely happy for such a person, because that's such a singular blessing to have it. But for most ordinary people like me, we go through all kinds of emotions. So I used to write to Bhagavan, and in one such occasion when my mother was in Chennai in Adayar Cancer Hospital, and she was all by herself in the hospital. And here I was in college, and I couldn't go to be with her. My father was has to work in order to make sure that he is able to pay the bills. So he was at work, and I am here as the eldest son of family in college, and not being there with her. So she was all alone by herself in Adayar Cancer Hospital. And she used to write to me letters. So please pray to Swami. Please ask her to bless me. All those things she used to write. Okay. So on one such occasion, I used to write regularly. On one such occasion, I had written, Swami, my mother is all by herself, all alone in a cancer hospital, and she is suffering, and I am worried. I want you to save her. Something like that. I don't remember the exact details, but this much I know, that I said that she is all alone and she is all by herself in Adayar Cancer Hospital. I know I have written that. And then Swami was walking in the veranda. As he comes near me, I just hand over that letter to him. So he had used to ask me once in a while in those days how my mother is doing, etc. So anyway, he takes the letter and he starts reading it in front of me. Right? So I'm kneeling down, and he's reading the letter, and he reads my sentence that I'm saying she is all alone by herself in Adayar Cancer Hospital. So he looks up and looks at me and says, is she alone all by herself in the hospital? He's asking me, is she alone all by herself in the hospital? Am I not there with her? He says, in Telugu he says, Nenu Lena, and with so much love and with so much, there is no drama here, it's casual. You see, if something is a natural thing, do you make drama about it? No. So he says, am I not there? Why do you say she is alone by herself? Don't worry, just take namaskar. So you see, that small sentence, Nenu Lena, is what? I am here. Why fear when I am here? He says. Where is that here? Here in Prashant Nilaya? Where? In my puja mandiram? At my home? Where? So when he says, why fear when I am here, that here is everywhere. Because he was in Prashant Nilayam talking to me and telling me, am I not there in Adayar Cancer Hospital with your mother? Why do you think that she is alone? I am telling you in so many words. He just said, is she alone? Am I not there with her? So he is asking me and reminding me, look, you may think she is alone, but I know that I am there with her. So that is the assurance when he says, why fear when I am here? The point I was making is that this privilege of directly telling him something, directly getting a response from him, was available when he was physically present with us. But once he left his physical body, a lot of devotees were worried and sad because we cannot do this anymore. I have a problem, then what do? I can only go look at Baba's picture and pray. And who knows whether he heard it or not. Right? Unless, I don't know. In Puttaparthi he used to tell me, okay, I heard you, now sit down, and I will sit. But in the picture, that's when Baba's omnipotency, omnipresence showed even more. The fact that if Baba, when he was physically there in Prashant Nilayam, could assert that he was also there in Chennai Adayar Cancer Hospital, does it matter to him whether he is in Prashant Nilayam physically or not? It doesn't. And that is exactly what he told us that time. Not just me. I am just, in fact, one of the most insignificant of all there, probably. And if I can get such an assurance from him, what about all the great people, others, all of you devotees? So that he is not in his physical form is not a limitation on him. So where is he when he says, why fear when I am here? He is everywhere. That is what he knew. All the satsangs we have, each time devotee comes and says, oh, I was going, this has happened. Somebody is traveling in the aeroplane, something happens, and they say Sai Ram, and something is taken care of. Or they are going somewhere, driving on the highway, and a huge collision happens, and they immediately think of Swami, and then somehow they get saved. Was the Swami there physically with them there? We have heard numerous examples of such experiences when devotees were attacked, mugged, and in those situations when they were saved. Was Swami there physically with them? So if we can accept those statements that, okay, look, Swami saved somebody in New York, Swami saved somebody in Washington DC, Swami saved somebody in California, when has he come to America? Never, physically. So if he can do those things while being there in Prashanti Nilayam, he can do those things while not being there in Prashanti Nilayam. That's the simple logic. Is it not? So you see, if we believed those, then we should have no problem in thinking that, look, limitation of being in human body or not is for us, not for him. So when he says, why fear when I am here? That here is everywhere. And that I am here, that I am here, statement is being made by Bhagawan, that I is not an ordinary I. It's not the same I. I also I will say I am speaking, but this I is a small I, and that is a big I, that is present everywhere, and that is omnipotent, that it can do anything. Therefore, this person who is telling us why fear I am here is everywhere. This person who is telling why fear when I am here is omnipotent, therefore he can do anything, and therefore there is no reason for us to fear this one and that. So this is what I mean is, okay, in this particular type of thing he may come and help me, but that one he may not be able to help me, will not arise. See, if I have a health problem, Baba can save me, but if I have a financial problem, I am not sure. If somebody says, that means he has not understood Baba. Is it not? Right? So there are those kind of things. This fear is okay or that fear is okay. Oh, if it is all other things, flu, etc., or some other type of disease he can cure, but corona there is no vaccine, how Baba can cure, if you ask. That means you have not understood. So there is, when somebody like him says, why fear when I am here, you do not need to have fear of any kind. So remember I said that we will examine this statement a little more in depth, which is what I am doing. When I say I am here, that here is everywhere. When he says I am, that I am is omnipotent divine entity. Therefore when he says why fear, you do not need to have fear of any kind. So the more you dwell on it, the more you can derive out of this statement. It's a simple one sentence, why fear when I am here. And we even have a bhajan about it, right? So that is that when we sing such bhajans, etc., what it means is, even if out of my own ignorance, if I were to entertain my fear, I call myself Sai Baba devotee, but at the drop of the hat, I am scared. What does it tell me about myself? So when you say, why fear when I am here, I'll come to that in a minute. So when I am here is everywhere. I am is the divinity himself. Therefore, there is no need for any type of fear, is the one way to look at it. Why fear when I am here? There is no need for any type of fear. When is another question you can ask. When? Well, maybe, in America when it is day, in India it is night, and he may be sleeping. So then when? Does he need to be awake? If he doesn't need to be physically present, then he doesn't need to be awake. There is no sleep, there is no awake. So when is this assurance only for Sunday morning 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock? Or only on Thursdays, or only on those days when you go to Sai Center and do bhajan, Baba will protect you. Other days, I'm sorry, you're on your own. Is it like that? Oh, I went for service activity for last 2 weeks. Those 2 weeks Baba was saving me, but this week I did not go. I think Baba is punishing me. Silly. Why fear when I am here has no limitations of time? Any time, anywhere, any fear. Look at that. If you had put some qualifications on that, only if you do this, only if you do that, Only if you go to Sai Center and do my bhajans, or only if you do service activities, then there is limitation. There is no need of fear any time for somebody who is a bhakta. A devotee need not have any fear. Truly, one who believes that yes, this is my God. No matter where, no matter when, no matter what type of fear. Why fear when I am here? He said it, we are done. That's one way to, another way to understand that statement. Let's look at it again. If I say this to so you see, some of us are fortunate in the sense, we have been told by our parents, look here, this Baba is God. Here is Lord Shiva, here is Lord Vishnu, here is Baba. This is God, that's also God. We have no problem. You see, Shiva is God, I have not seen him, I have not heard him. That's okay. He is God, I accept. My father told me, so I accept. My father said Baba is God, so I accept. So it was never a matter of how do I know? Right? How do I know? And then it's that with that implicit, tacit acceptance comes therefore a certain faith, and therefore I'm fine when somebody Baba says, why fear when I am here? I say, you know what? I trust in deeply in my heart that he is God and he will save me, and I will go about it. But if I say the same thing to my children, especially when I say my children listen, I do accept it. I am just giving an example. So what I mean is the younger generation who may or may not have had the privilege of having seen him physically. Many may not have, and not at least as much as we have. So all they heard is from us telling them. So what is the first thing they will ask us as parents? How do I know? If I say, hey, Baba is there, Baba will take care, don't worry. He said, why fear when I am here? How do I know? Why? These are the questions that come from the younger, it could come from a very senior person also. I'm just saying younger because they are trying to reason out things, and they are trying to still make sense of what is life about and what's going on. If at 60, if I have not made sense of my life and I don't understand what's going on, then it is unfortunate me. I should have made some sense of my life by now, so that I know why things are happening, what is happening, why God, no God, these things. Whereas a 20-year-old or a teenager is entitled to ask that question. And they should ask that question, in my opinion. While they should ask that question, we as their parents and teachers and others have a responsibility to respond and tell them why. Not just say, oh, just take it. Of course they will not. So how do I explain this? Now I will plug holes in this statement that I just supported it. Said why it's true, why we don't need to worry, why we don't need to fear, and all these things, which I wholeheartedly believe that is what I think is the case. But that conviction did not come on day one. I also asked these questions. Sitting there in Prashant Nilayam, I asked these questions, looking at Bhagawan physically in front of me, Bhagawan telling me directly, I will take care. I asked these questions. So I speak from my own experience. So when he says, why fear when I am here? So that means what? That if I go to bhajanas, if I do some service activities, if I pray to Sai Baba, he will save me. And if I don't, he will not. If that is so, then what kind of a God is he? That if he says only my bhaktas I will save, but you see, if you don't say Sai Ram, I'm sorry, you are not in my fold. Take care of yourself. Is that so? Is that how it works? We have to ask these questions. We have to ask these questions so that with an intent, of course, to know the answer. And once you know the answer, then we are convinced, and therefore there is no backing off from this awareness. So it is not like that. Remember, we said a while ago, ye janaha, meaning no matter who you are, he will take care. Then you see, we say, first of all, Why is this fear there? Let's ask that question. What is the fear about? The fear is that there are things that happen in our lives that are of not my own volition. I have not done anything to make such things occur to me, but they happened, and I am not sure how this event that is unfolding in my life is going to change my life. So that fear is the fear of the unknown. I don't know. I'm afraid, I'm scared about tomorrow what will happen. What if something were to happen to me? What if I were to lose something? So this is the fear that we are having. And many times things that we can control, we don't fear about. So what is that we have fear about? The things that we cannot control. But the things that we cannot control happen to us because of what? Why do these things happen? So you hear this many times, among the devotees you will hear it. They will say, all my life I believed in Baba. All my life I went to Sai centers and did bhajanas and seva activities. Still Baba, I don't know why this is happening. Just because you are a bhakta doesn't mean that your life is a bed of roses. Baba said, why fear when I am here? Did not mean that therefore you will not have any troubles. Look, if we look to the examples, Prahlada, can I be a greater devotee than Prahlada? We all know the story of that childhood boy, the devotee, Prahlada. For the benefit of those who may not know, son of the demon Hiranyakashipu. Maybe if somebody is unaware, you should ask your parents or grandparents and listen to this story. Great bhakta of Lord Vishnu. Oh, how smooth was his life. His own father subjected him to all kinds of troubles. Made elephants walk on him, threw him from the top of a mountain, drowned him in the oceans. Anybody else should say, I am a bhakta of Lord Vishnu, and he is the one who proclaimed that, his father asks him, where you keep on saying this Lord Vishnu, Lord Vishnu, Lord Vishnu, where is this Vishnu? His father is asking because he is a demon. And this boy, 5-year-old boy, replies to his father, Indugala danduledani sandehambu valadu chakri, sabopagatundu, endendu vedake chusina andande kaladu danavagrani, vinte, he says. Means, why you are asking me, where is Lord Vishnu? Don't have any doubt whatsoever that God is here but God is not there. Oh, God is in the temple but he is not outside. Oh, God is in my puja mandiram but when I am driving outside he is not. Don't have any such doubts. Prahlada is telling his demonic dad. Wherever you look for him, he is there. That is the kind of conviction that he had. And to such a person, he gets drowned, he gets thrown from the top of the mountains, and he gets crushed by, elephants. So Prahlada can suffer that. And Prahlada is an exemplified example of a bhakta, a devotee. What to speak of a fellow like me? Why I should think that because I prayed to Baba, because I went to Sai Center, because I did bhajanas, because I did service activities, I shouldn't have any troubles? Simply because he said, why fear when I am here? He said, don't have fear. He did not say you won't have troubles. So, it is not that when he says, why fear when I am here, that he will come to the rescue of only his devotees. He actually comes to the rescue of everybody. Oh, really? In that case, nobody should have any problems. If he comes to the rescue of everybody, then why should I bother to be bhakta? I can be whatever I want. I can at least see if I am a bhakta, if I claim at least I am Sai devotee, then at least for the sake of the world I have to maintain certain decorum. You see, I cannot have certain bad habits. I don't need to list those to you. And I should not be misbehaving in certain ways. We know what is expected of Sai devotees. Right? But if somebody tells me, okay, look, don't worry, Baba really comes to everybody's rescue, it doesn't matter whether you are a devotee or not. Suppose somebody says that. then immediately say, oh, that's a great news. From tomorrow onwards, I can do whatever I want. I can be however I want. And anyway, he comes to my rescue. How does it matter? If I think, who can be a greater fool than I am? Right? It is true. He comes to the rescue. That is not the difficulty here. So we have to understand why these things that happen to us, beyond our control, are happening to us because of our karmic consequences. I said we'll look at it deeply. So this is the depth of it. Why do bad things happen to good people? This is a question that bothers so many people. But the answers are all available. We are only reaping the actions of our karma. Right? Now, that is the general law that has been made across the all timeline and in the universe. All per people, if I have done good, that is mine. If I have done some bad, that also is mine. I have to reap the benefits of both. Karmic law. That said, then where is the question of God's grace? Why then he should come and save me? How can he make a statement, why fear when I am here, if it is also true that I have to bear the consequences of my karma. So if I did something terrible in the past, then obviously I must reap the fruits. So what does he mean when he says, why fear when I am here? So if some calamity befalls, it is because I have asked for it, I have done things bad in the past. Or if I lose something, that is also because of that. So why should he come to my rescue is the question. And does he really go to everybody's rescue is another question. So whose rescue does he go to? My point is, his protection, when he says, why fear when I am here, is not limited to only his devotees. It is limited to anyone. It is applicable to anyone. So that said, then what happens to the karmic life? Is he going to come and interfere every time? No. The general rule is that karmic consequences are to be borne out. But then, that said, Baba also said that karma is not an iron law. Is not an iron law. That means you cannot say, this is it, karma is the highest, whatever we have done in the past, you have to suffer the consequences, there is no escape out of it. If somebody were to make such a theory, then there is no need to pray to God. Anyway, I have to go through what I have to go through, what God is going to do to me? Is a natural question somebody will ask. So Bhagavan has said, while that is true, His grace can alleviate and remove, diminish its effect, all these things it can do. What it can do? If some great calamity is going to befall, He can make it small. So somebody has to meet a terrible accident and be, say, some terrible thing to be bedridden for the rest of one's life is what is written in one's karma. He will pray to Baba, do bhajanas and all that, go outside, and as soon as he goes out, just as before even he gets into the car or something, he will fall down and break his scratch and a small wound on the leg. And then maybe he has to go take rest because it's hurting and he cannot go driving. So what happened? If he complains, if he or she complains, look, I prayed to Baba, I had this important thing to attend meeting, but as soon as I prayed and I went out, I fell down and I got hurt and I had to come back and missed my meeting. I am sitting at home. But don't realizing that, without realizing that, who knows what would have happened if I had gone? What was waiting for me there? Remember, in our discussion we said that calamities before they happen, He protected people. So while I am complaining, looking at the small scratch on my leg and having to miss my meeting and saying, oh, I don't know why Baba is not helping me, I am complaining, not realizing that it is the grace of this God that stopped me from getting in that car, and maybe something more worse is going to happen and I was saved from it. So a great calamity that is going to befall us can be made small. We will suffer it, but very easily. So He can make it small. Something small, He can even totally remove it. So many things that happen that don't happen to us also are because of God's grace. So they are totally removed. So you have no idea that that was going to happen, and it would. And there are so many people who don't we hear this all the time, including from the time when somebody, that terrible thing that happened in the that twin tower bomb, thing in 2001, right? Aeroplanes attacked in New York. How many people have said, I was going to go and catch the train and go to that place, and somehow I got delayed and I missed that train. Otherwise, I would have been in the Twin Towers and I would have lost my life. What do you think has happened there? Why only some people had that thing interfere and stop them from going? So sometimes the entire thing is blocked and you are saved totally and you have no idea. At least in this case, they could correlate it. But to most people, they don't even know that it is God's grace that has saved them. So calamities may totally be removed. Calamities' effect may be reduced. In the third case, if it is so bad that the karmic thing has to be borne by the individual, that's the only way, because the act that has been done in the past is so bad that unless one experiences the karmic consequence of it, the soul is not going to evolve, then the karmic consequence will have to be borne out. Not as a punishment, but as a means for the evolution of the soul. That I will never again be this person who caused such bad things in the past, I will not again do it. That's a separate theory on karma and why and what of it. Then things will happen. Then what is the point of saying why fear when I am here? Of course, then I am afraid because I don't know what I have done in the past and who knows what will happen tomorrow. How can I take Baba's statement, why fear when I am here, and sit happy? Because even when those things will happen, this God's grace will be there as a source of strength to sail us through those difficult times. Some people get crushed under small troubles, and you will see another person stand like a pillar and say, you know what? Let this difficulty, if it comes, let it come to me. It doesn't matter. I have Baba with me. What can it do to me? So you will see them. We will see them around. We just have to open our eyes and see. We see such examples all around us. We will be thinking, oh my God, this person is such a great devotee. I don't know why Baba is punishing such a person with such terrible difficulties. You think Baba is punishing. He doesn't punish. But you ask the devotee, what do you think? Why do you think you are going through all these troubles and difficulties, one after the other? There are people like that. I know, and I'm pretty sure you all know in your own lives. They will tell you, and people have told me many times, Bhaskar, it is true I'm going through all these troubles, but somehow I don't feel any anguish in my heart. I feel at peace and I am calm. I know that Baba will take care of me. I know that everything will be okay. Tell me, what amount of counseling can give you that kind of an attitude, if not bhakti? What amount of medicines and this and that can do that, if it is not this kind of an assurance from Bhagavan? So when God doesn't seem to be taking care of us, it is not, and we still seem to survive, it is precisely because of God that His grace is taking care of us. So that is what He does. My mother had cancer. I prayed day in and day out to Bhagavan, please save my mother, please save my mother. Did He save? No. She passed away. But today here I am talking about why fear when I am here. If not me, who should? Because at a time when our family was left not knowing what to do, because she was the focal point of our family and we lost her. Right there Baba was behind us, holding us, leading us, guiding us in so many ways and making sure that we do not get crushed in such a life. So there's only one thing that needs to be answered. Why would He do it for some and why wouldn't He do it for other people? Because there are people, all these bad things happening to so many other people. My own humble understanding is that while He does all these things, there is also a certain reciprocation that needs to go from us. So you see, He he did not only just say, why fear when I am here? He also told many other things. Don't tell lies. Don't hurt others. Help ever, hurt never. He said that. He said, love all, serve all. He said that. Service to man is service to God. He said that. He said, live your life like this as moral, in a righteous manner. Speak truth. He told all those things. But if I don't do any of those, but I only hold on to this one statement and say, Baba, if I believe you, you have to save me and I will not have any fear. How is that justified? If you accept this, then you have to accept those. So why does this God's grace play out in some people's life and why doesn't it play out in everybody's life? Is because those people who adhere to all the other things that he has said are automatically deserving recipients of these exceptions that he can make. So, what is the guarantee to us that we will receive that kind of a protection, that we don't ever have to be afraid of anything and tell ourselves, I have nothing to fear, sir. I believe in Baba. I am fine. When can I say that? When I am also following everything else that he has asked me to do. So it doesn't come for free, right? It comes in this sense from my side. I have to do something. You see, if I am a father, I know I will provide for my daughter. I know I will take care of her. But I will do so much more gladly if they were also to be living their lives according to my expectations. So he expects of us to live our lives in a certain way, in a moralistic way, in a spiritual way, in a life of service, life of love, and all these things. When I do that, I don't even have to ask him, Baba, come and save me. He will do it. Ananyas Chintayantamam. He will do it. So what do I have to do? I have to just make sure that I do my part well. Then remind ourselves, why fear when I am here, is what he said. I am doing everything that Baba wants me to do. I am trying, at least. We may not succeed on day one, but I am trying with all my sincerity, with all my failings, with all my deficiencies, but honestly I am trying to do these things. And then that protection will come. Why fear when I am here will automatically follow. So he says, Daiva Preeti, Papa Bhiti. Should we not have any fear at all? Yes, we all must have a fear. You know what is that fear? Fear of sin. Papa Bhiti means fear of sin. Daiva Preeti means love of God. Swami has talked about it. Love of God and fear of sin. So why I should have fear of sin? Because I am afraid to commit a sin, because it will distance me from God. And once I am distanced from God, I have no choice but to suffer my consequences of my whatever karma that is. So if I am waiting for the kind of protection, expecting to have the kind of protection when he says, why fear when I am here? Because I am there for you, you never have to fear kind of a thing. I better have one fear in my life. That is the fear of sin. That I will try, I should try, because that's not because I get some karmic consequence and a punishment, but because that sin will distance me from God. And I don't want to have any distance from God. Therefore, I will, if at all I have to have any fear at all, I must have fear of sin and no other. Once we take care of that, live our lives the way Bhagavan expects us to live, then we don't have to specially ask every day, please save me from my headache, please save me from this one, please save me, make sure I get a lottery ticket. No, he will do what he is good for us, whatever is good for us. So let us pray to Bhagavan with that conviction in our heart that when he says, why fear when I am here, it is true, and it will be available to anyone, whether they worship him in this form and in this name or not. But if they were to live their lives according to what he expects people to live by, then you are guaranteed. It's not a function of how many bhajanas you did, how many pujas you did. Yes, you do those things. I'm not at all against them. We have to do those things as a means to keep us on the moral path. So when we do that, he does his part. So let us pray to Bhagavan that his grace will guide our minds to live our lives in accordance with what he wants, how he wants us to live, so that his protection is automatic guarantee and automatic insurance to us in all kinds of troubles and tribulations. Best, if we don't have them, if we have to have them, let us at least be assured of this divine protection with us all the time in our lives, so that we sail through life and become victorious and be dear to him. That is the most important thing. So let us pray and offer our gratitude to Bhagavan for giving us this kind of opportunities to share with each other our thoughts about these spiritual topics, spend time with each other, talk about Him, His Leelas, His glories, and His grace and compassion, so that our hearts are filled with joy. Once again, on this auspicious occasion of Bhagavan's birthday, I wish all of you a very happy birthday and holy birthday of Bhagavan. May he take birth in our hearts and reside there as a permanent resident. And with this, again I offer my gratitude to Brother Ravi for giving this opportunity, and I pray for Bhagavan's grace and all of you. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. My most humble salutations at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Lord Sai. Welcome to the SSC segment of Swami's 95th birthday celebrations. Like every other year, this year also the SSC team have put up a lovely program for all of you. The only exception is that all the programs have been pre-recorded, and it has been a combined effort between all the three centers, Scottsdale, Mesa and Phoenix. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the SSC coordinators, Malati Ganapati from Scottsdale Center and Deepa Murthy from Mesa Center for their continuous support, guidance and cooperation in putting up this virtual event. The entire SSC team would like to thank all the SSC parents for their relentless support and cooperation that they exhibited during the preparation of this SSC program. A big shout out to all our lovely SSC students for all their efforts in offering the best of best for our Swami. Last but not the least, a big thank you to all the SSC teachers for their hard work and dedication that they put into this entire SSC program. We hope you would love and enjoy this program that the entire SSC team have put together. Sit back, relax and enjoy. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Swami says, love is my form, truth is my breath, bliss is my food. In this slideshow, the pre-SSC kids personify Swami's message by sharing what love means to them, their daily writing of the divine name, and nourishing a seed that they planted with love. Swami says, religions are many, but God is one. The Group 1 students will offer a multi-faith prayer, act out a story, and sing a multi-faith song, all emphasizing that if we observe unity of faiths, we see divinity in all, and why fear when Swami is here with us in his divine self.
Om Tat Sat Shri Narayana Tu Purushottama Guru Siddha Buddha Tu Skanda Vinayak Savita Pavak Tu Savita Pavak Tu Namamasta Tu Yahova Shanti Tu Shukita Prabhu Rudra Vishnu Tu Rama Krishna Tu Rahimata Wo Tu Rahimata Wo Tu Vasudeva Goveshwarupa Tu Nitanda Hari Tu Ariyatu Akala Nirbhaya Atmalinga Shiva Tu Sai Atmalinga Shiva Tu Sai Atmalinga Shiva Tu Salam everyone. Did you know that we are learning about different religions like Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, Baha'i, and Islam? And the people who practice them are called Hindus, Christians, Jews, Baha'is, and Muslim. And there is more too.
Religions are many, but God is one. We will now tell you the story of the 6 blind men who met an elephant for the first time.
The first blind man touched the trunk of the elephant and exclaimed, "The elephant is a giant snake."
The second blind man hugged the leg of the elephant and said, "Oh, but the elephant is a strong pillar." The third blind man reached across the elephant's body and said, "Oh, I am pretty sure the elephant is a wide wall."
The fourth blind man touched the tusk of the elephant and exclaimed, "Ouch! The elephant is a sharp sword."
Now the fifth blind man touched the eye of the elephant and exclaimed, "The elephant is a large ball." Now up walked the sixth blind man and tugged at the elephant's tail and said, "The elephant is a long rope."
They were all right from their perspective. The elephant is those, but much more too. The truth is that all religions lead us to God, though each of them follow different paths.
There is only one religion, the religion of love. There is only one caste, the caste of humanity. There is only one language, the language of the heart. There is only one God, and He is omnipresent.
Now we will sing a multi-faith song.
Rama here, Rama there, Rama, Rama everywhere. God is one, God is one, God is one for everyone.
Krishna here, Krishna there, Krishna, Krishna everywhere.
God is one, God is one, God is one for everyone.
Buddha here, Buddha there, Buddha, Buddha everywhere.
God is one, God is one, God is one for everyone.
Jesus here, Jesus there, Jesus, Jesus everywhere.
God is one, God is one, God is one for everyone. Here, Allah there, Allah, Allah everywhere.
God is one, God is one, God is one for everyone. God is one, God is one, God is one for everyone.
Sai
Sairam, it is time for the Group 2 program. The children of Group 2 would like to present to you a game that you are all already familiar with. Can you guess which game that is? It's Sai Jeopardy! The categories and questions of this game have been chosen in line with Swami's teachings on unity, purity, divinity, the 5 human values, nature, and Swami's life. The children and teachers of Group 2 would like to offer this presentation at Swami's Divine Lotus Feet. Jai Saram.
Sai Ram, children. Welcome. Are you all excited to play Sai Jeopardy?
Let's call out Pooja from Team 1. Jewish New Year celebrated on the first day of the 7th month of Hebrew calendar is called by this name.
Christmas. Can you?
Let's see. What is Rosh Hashanah? Sorry, Pooja, that's okay. Team 2, Akshat. Swami says the purity of the place in which one lives can be achieved by keeping the home clean, play bhajans, soothing music in the home, mutual cooperation and understanding among family, all of the above.
I think all of them, right?
Oh, let's see. Yes, that's correct. Team 3, Akshara. Swami has great love towards all our animal friends. The name of this favorite pet of Swami, Sai Bala, Sai Veena, Sai Geeta.
Sai Geeta.
Sai Geeta. Let's see. Wow, you got it. That's correct. You got 100 points. Shruti from Team 4. Swami teaches us to have a ceiling on desires. The 4 desires are blank, blank, and blank. Love, truth, non-violence, peace, food, money, time, energy, food, land, house, and books.
A.
Okay, let's see. That's the wrong answer. Okay, that's okay. You tried. Sai from Team 5. Swami says, blank, the harm that anyone has done to you, and the blank, the good that you have done to others. Remember and remember. Think about and remember. Forgive and forget.
C.
Yeah?
C.
See? Let's see. Yay, you're right. Team 1, Bhuvan. Identify the prayer heard here.
Prana Panasamayuktah Pachamyannam Chaturvidham.
I don't know.
Let's see. That's the food prayer. Sorry. Team 2, Vibha. This famous person fought all his life for love, equality, and unity of his fellow men. He was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1993.
Is it Nelson Mandela?
Let's see. Hey, that's correct. Awesome. Awesome, Viva. Siddhartha from Team 4. Swami says, what's your blank, blank, blank character and heart? Wants, anger, time, words, action, thoughts, wants, action, and tasks.
What is B?
What is B? Let's see. That's correct. You got it. Sanjay from Team 5. The very first bhajan taught by Swami after he declared he was Sai Baba.
Manasa Bhajude.
Oh, let's see. Great. You got 100 points. Swasti from Team 2. Identify the deity shown in this picture. Buddha? Let's see. Hey, good job. That's the right answer. James, this is for you. Identify one of these foods that does not promote purity. Fresh fruits and vegetables, meat, yogurt, nuts.
Meat.
Meat.
No, very-
Let's see. Great job, James. Awesome. Team 4, Murali. Anywhere I see suffering, there is where I want to be. Doing what I can. She was often nicknamed the Queen of Hearts for her hands-on and loving approach in dealing with the causes she cared about. I don't know. Let's see the answer. Was Princess Diana. It's okay, Muli. Hasini from Team 5. Identify the 5 elements of nature. Gold, silver, iron, bronze, copper, water, earth, space, fire, wind, sand, trees, lakes, fruits, flowers.
B?
B? Let's see. That's right. Awesome. Good job. Team 1, Sai Krishna. Swami says, always use your perseverance for the good of others. This famous person worked all her life to love and serve the poor.
I don't know.
Let's see the answer. Who is Mother Teresa? Sorry, that's okay, Sai Krishna. Team 2, Janvi. Mother Earth can be preserved by plantation. True or false?
True.
True. Let's see. Yes, you are right. That's correct. Ananya from Team 3. Swami says, do blank, be blank, see blank. Watch TV, be lazy, be evil. Be good, do good, be good, see good. Do help, be patient, see evil. Louder.
B.
Let's see. Yes, you got it. That's right. Team 4, Tanushri. The place where Swami was born.
Puttaparthi.
Let's see. Awesome, you got it, Tanushri. Team 1, Yuvraj. This symbol is commonly used in identifying certain products.
Like recycling.
Let's see. Hey, you got it. That's correct. Pranav from team 2. Swami says the end of education is blank, money, character, job.
What is B, character?
Let's see, Pranav. Awesome, Pranav. That's wonderful. That's right. Team 3, Shruti B. The name of the bhajan group Swami formed as a young boy.
I don't know.
You don't know. Want to try?
I don't know.
Let's look at the answer. What is Country Bhajan Group? Next question. From T1 Sri Hasya. Swami says, love all and blank all. Anger, hurt, serve. See, let's see. That's correct. Awesome. Team 2, Teju. The name of Swami's mother.
Ishwarama.
Let's see. You got it. Wonderful. Team 1, Atul. The day and the month of Swami's birth. Atul?
He typed the answer in chat.
Yes. What is 23rd November? Atul, that's the right answer. Team 3, Samhita. Muslims offer prayers or salat these many times in a day. Let's look at the answer probably. What is 5 times? Team 4, Kiara. Swami describes 4 types of purity. Purity of materials, mind, and blank and blank.
I don't know.
Let's look at the answer. What are purity of speech, purity of body, and action? Team 4, Raj Pandey. Jainism believes in blank to all living beings. Violence, harm, non-violence.
Non-violence.
Let's see the answer. Yes, that's correct. Let's ask Team 5, Adya. Swami says unity is blank and blank is enlightenment. Divinity, purity, love, self-confidence, be good, see good.
B?
Yeah, let's see.
No, I said B.
You said B, let's see. Oh, sorry. That's what is divinity and purity is the right answer. Team 5, Yashvi. The Bhagavad Gita, as a sacred Hindu text, is a conversation between which of these 2 people? King Dasharatha and Prince Rama, Lord Krishna and warrior Prince Arjuna, Lord Krishna and warrior Prince Duryodhana.
What is B, Lord Krishna and warrior Prince Arjuna?
Let's see. Amazing, that's the right answer. Let's see who won. I mean, everybody is a winner because this is the love for Swami we are all offering. But just for the points, the group 2 is the winner. They won 600 points. Can we all give a clap, big hand to group 2? And can we give a big hands to all the children who participated today? Awesome, awesome children. Sairam, thank you very much.
Sairam. The next offering is by the Group 3 SSC students from the Greater Phoenix area. We will be presenting 2 skits of moral and ethical dilemmas, and the students will identify specific values and sub-values from the 5 pillars of Swami's divine mission and apply them to these situations. Now, let's watch Harry and Susan's dilemma. We hope you enjoy. Thank you, Sairam.
The beginning of the school year is approaching, and Harry needs to shop for some new school supplies. Harry doesn't like going shopping, but this time, he's excited for a particular reason. Over the summer break, Harry's been a good, responsible kid, and his parents have thus agreed to buy him a new video game that he's been asking for quite some time. His mother agreed to buy the new game, along with the other school supplies. Harry is more excited to get the new game, and so he agreed to go shopping with his mom. They are both at the store and about to check out.
Mom, come on, let's go. Why are you looking for things that are not in our list? I have my list covered and we should just go. I'm so excited about my new video game.
Harry, slow down, okay? I'm coming. Just be patient and give me some time to look around.
Can you please hurry up? You're taking way too much time. We should just go.
I'll try to be as fast as possible. I know you're excited to go home and start playing your new video game.
Harry pestered his mom enough that she decided to check out and get out of the store. While standing in line to check out, Harry is so restless that he bumps into several people. On being told, Harry hurriedly loads his cart and walks quickly towards their car. Everything is fine until they load their car.
Harry, can you please put this cart away?
Sure. In a rush to get done, Harry just places the cart in a random parking spot and ends up scratching a car.
Oh no! Mom will ground me for sure if she finds out about this. What will I do?
Just then, Harry's conscience starts telling him something. Let's hear what it has to say.
Harry, I think you should tell the truth. If you lie, you might get the worst punishment. I am a good and self, and thus telling you the right thing to do.
Harry, are you crazy? Why would you tell your mom? If she finds out, you can say goodbye to your video games for a month. I'm your smart inner self. You will have an advantage if you listen to me.
There is a tug-of-war going on within Harry as to what he should do. He is in a dilemma as to which inner conscience he should listen to, and needs to make up his mind quickly.
Let's get started on Harry's situation and discuss his dilemma. Okay, based on Harry's situation, I think we can identify 5 sub-values that are applicable. So they are integrity, self-confidence, surrender, respect, and compassion. Which one of these do you think will help Harry make the right decision? Aryan, what do you think?
I think integrity would best fit Harry's option because if he told his mom right after he scratched the car, then he would have less punishment and he would not get his video game taken away.
Yeah. Adish, what do you think?
I think integrity would help Harry in this situation the most, as it is the quality of being honest, and Harry needs to tell the truth, as if he does, he will most likely get a lesser punishment, while if he doesn't and his mom finds out, he'll get a greater punishment.
Yeah. Nikhil, what do you think?
I think Harry should use integrity because he only got the video game for good behavior, and by lying, he would not be continuing that good behavior and will get a worse punishment than if he just tells the truth.
Yeah. Ritik, what do you think?
I think the sub-value that Harry could use is integrity, as integrity is doing the right thing even when no one's watching you. So if he tells his mom right away, then he'll get a minor punishment compared to if he tells his mom later, then he'll get an extreme complication which will result in way more punishment.
Yeah. So we all agree that integrity is the value that Harry should use. Now, if someone saw Harry scratch the car, would that change your answer? Aryan, what do you think?
Yes, my answer would change, and it would change to surrender, because if the other person who saw him scratching the car, he could tell his mom that he scratched the car, and if Harry kept a secret, then he would get a more punishment. And if Harry told his mom right then and there, then the person would not have to tell his mom because Harry already told his mom.
Yeah. Atish, would your answer change?
I think it would change slightly, as it would be a mix to me of integrity and surrender, as he still needs to be honest, and at the same time he has to accept the fact that he's made a mistake and tell his mom first.
Yeah. Nikhil, would your answer change?
I think it would change to surrender because he would have to tell his mom and surrender to the fact that he did something wrong. Otherwise, if she found out from the person who saw him, he will get in trouble for scratching the car and for not telling his mom.
Ritik, would your answer change?
Yeah, in that case, if someone saw him scratching the car, my answer would change to surrender, as there's no option of even lying anymore because someone literally saw you do the act. So you should just surrender and get it over with.
Yeah. Thank you all for this good discussion. We all agree that doing the right thing should not be based on circumstances. It should be based on ethical standards of honesty, integrity, and in Harry's case, responsibility. Honesty is always the best policy. Telling a lie would prick Harry's conscience and lead to anxiety and would not enhance character, which is super important. Swami has said, "My name is Sathya, my teaching is truth, my path is truth, and I am truth." Sathya, or truth, is the first of the 5 human values that Swami has given to us to follow to develop self-confidence and good character. Sai Ram.
By the end of a very trying freshman year, Susan was finally part of the Cool Kids Club at school. At the beginning of summer, Natalie moved in across from Susan's house, and they both ended up being really good friends. They bonded over their love for books, movies, and music. Natalie's a little awkward, loud, and nerdy looking, while Susan is the opposite. They both became friends and had a good time hanging out with each other through summer. It's a day before the start of a new school year, and Natalie and Susan meet at the park.
Hi, Natalie. I'm so happy to see you. It feels like I haven't seen you in ages.
Duh, Susan. We met yesterday at your house, remember?
But it does feel like ages because I had so much fun with you. It is so boring without you.
Me too. I know this sounds super weird, but this is the first time I've had so much fun with another person. I don't have lots of friends, you know?
I believe. It just takes time for you to open up, and then you're amazing.
I suppose.
You're like my soul sister, and we both totally get each other. This has been the best summer break ever.
But I'm so bummed that summer break is ending and our normal lives will begin. Hopefully we'll have some classes together at school this year. Can we have lunch together tomorrow at school?
Sure.
Susan meets her other cool friends at school during lunch. Derek, Carlos, and Anita.
Hi everyone! It's the first day of school and we've got so much work to do already. Ugh! Tell me something nice. How was everyone's summer? Give us all the details.
Well, I had an amazing time in Europe with my family. We lived in an Airbnb mansion in France for a week by the sea, and it was fantastic.
I am so jealous. I visited Argentina and it was alright.
I helped my dad out this summer with his auto repair business, and as a gift, he gave me a brand new Mercedes.
Wow.
What did you do, Susan?
I was at the home or at the mall, worked on some hobbies, had some fun projects, met new people. Doesn't sound as amazing as your guys' break, but it was okay.
Oh my god, some dork is walking towards us. This is gonna be so much fun. Look at the way she's walking, so awkward.
Natalie is walking towards Susan. Natalie's very happy to meet her dear friend during lunch break and happily starts talking to her.
Hi, Susan. I need to tell you everything about my class. How was yours? Who would have thought we'd be overloaded with work on the first day itself? Someone needs to change the school system.
Hey.
Susan has worked hard on herself and her image to be part of the cool kids club. By acknowledging that she is friends with Natalie, she risks losing them. On the other hand, for Susan, friendship just comes naturally without any pretense when she is with Natalie. She's in a dilemma as to what she should do.
Okay, let's discuss Susan's dilemma. I think we can identify 5 sub-values that are applicable to this situation. They are self-confidence, love, acceptance, kindness, and courtesy. Priya, what do you think?
I think Susan should have self-confidence that her school friends will still be friends with her, even if she's friends with other people like Natalie.
Phelps?
You should use kindness to find a true friend.
Shivani?
I believe that acceptance will help Susan make the right decision. She has to accept the situation and make the best out of it. She should make similarities between Natalie and her friend group, popular friend group, so they can be good friends together and merge. They're all human, so they should express their emotions and have the ability to love. A situation that was comparable to this in my life was when I had this one friend that others thought were weird, and so they didn't like her that much. But later on, they had similarities. They had the same TikTok accounts, interest in TikTok, similar video game preferences, and they became really good friends.
Karthik, do you have anything to add?
I think she should use self-confidence also because she needs to be able to tell her friends and Natalie that she has friends, other friends, and then they could maybe merge together like Shivani said. And I think she also needs self-confidence to be able to stick up for herself and or Natalie in case they bully her or in case something happens.
Good discussion, guys. Now, why do we care so much about what others think? Priya?
I think people want to be accepted in a group and they want validation from their friends that they're a good person. And I think that's why it's important to have self-confidence, to know for yourself that you're a good person. And if you don't believe you are, you can still change that and become the best version of yourself.
Phelps? Phelps, why do we care so much about what others think?
Because it's the world.
Okay. Shivani?
Everyone is self-conscious about themselves because they have that mindset. They want to be cool. They want to be loved. And if someone says something bad about them, they want to change something about themselves. But it doesn't really matter, though. And most people will not have the same friends in their lives because their personality and mood will change in one point of their lives. They might be excited, moody, or happy or sad, and that will make them increase or decrease friends. The lesson at the end of the day is that you have to accept what you have, and that's what acceptance is.
Karthik, do you have anything to add on?
I think people care so much about what others think because they're self-conscious and they feel like they need validation from others in order to be happy. And they think that if others tell them that they're cool or popular or nice, then they actually believe it. But if they don't, then they won't believe it, and they have to find it from inside of them in order to be happy, truly.
Excellent discussion, guys. I believe kindness and acceptance are very important values that will help Susan be a good person in handling the situation. Initially, I had picked acceptance. However, after hearing all your guys' arguments, I believe Susan needs self-confidence to be her true self no matter who she's with and where she's at. It also helps with being fearless to do the right thing and not to worry what others might think about you. Swami once said, "Why fear when I am here?" Thus, with faith in Swami, we can handle any situation with self-confidence. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Swami says, "Why fear when I'm here?" We reference this quote easily, but find it very difficult to practice in real time. So we challenged the Group 4 students to imagine a tough scenario and to feel how the Swami within them would react. The three main fears that face our students currently are fear for one's health and safety, fear of standing up for your opinion, and fear of the unknown and missed opportunities. Are we ready yet? Would we be able to put Swami's quote into practice? What does that look and feel like to each person? Let's ask the Group 4 SSC students in this panel discussion.
I take Baba's quote, "Why fear when I'm here," as a kind of way to honestly comfort yourself and tell yourself that you're putting all your faith in Swami for him to do what he thinks is right in this situation. I was in a basketball scrimmage and I injured my toe pretty badly, which had already been injured previously. After that happened, I immediately put all my faith and all my trust in Swami for him to make it right. And it could have gone very badly for sure, but I believe it was the best result possible that could have come out of an injury, bad thing like that. So I kept on saying Gayatri and I kept on saying Saidam, and I believe, Baba, by putting all my faith and trust in him, he gave me the best outcome possible. And so it's unavoidable, but if you put all your faith and trust in Swami, then he'll make sure that the best you get the best outcome possible and nothing bad happens in this situation.
Bouncing off the idea of the sports injury, I have a little bit of experience with this earlier in the week. My thumb got smashed in between two helmets at football practice during a play. So obviously I had to go to the urgent care after practice. Doctor said, your thumb is definitely broken, but we got to take an x-ray to confirm it. So, I was just praying, Saidam, and Swami, please help me and everything. And the x-rays came back negative, actually. Something is bound to happen. Like, it looks like it's definitely going to happen, like the broken thumb, just from the way the doctor looked at it. But putting really the wheel or your actions in the hands of a Swami savior season from an injury.
So it sounds like what I'm hearing from both of you is, chanting Swami's name or God's name in general, right? And the practice of that, and regular practice of that, then when you're in the moment of trouble or anxiety, it's more natural to think about God. And then maybe it doesn't change the actual, like what actually is going to happen, like both of you mentioned, but it might diminish to some degree or lower the impact of the consequence.
So I actually have started in-person school again. They don't let us onto campus until 7:20. And so basically we all have to wait in the line outside of school. And when that happens, most of the kids aren't social distancing. Like they're all wearing masks at least, but they're touching their hands. They're not social distancing. They're not like sanitizing their hands very well. And I guess at first I was always like nervous and fearful like around them. But I soon realized that what they do is out of my control. But I can put Swami's quote, why fear when I'm here, to good use by not worrying about what others are doing, but worrying about what I can do and doing my part and leaving the rest to Swami.
I haven't started in-person school yet, but I am on the volleyball team, so I do have to go to school. But as I apply why fear when I am here, I believe that Swami always has a plan. And as long as we do our part, such as social distancing properly, hand sanitizing, wearing a mask, I feel like he will ensure that our well-being and health will be fine, as well as our success in life.
I took the PSAT at my school, and every single 10th and 11th grader was signed up to take the test. And I just found myself having to trust like the school staff and other students to follow those precautions. Some things beforehand that really helped me was like meditation and just sort of writing out what my worries were. And I think that being honest with like what we feel is an important way of connecting with Swami, and why fear when I am here really highlights that.
So during this pandemic, so I'm in online school still, and I limit myself going to public places. And this is mainly due to because I have grandparents at home and they're very vulnerable to the virus. I think why fear when I am here helped me because Swami actually gave me the tools to follow this, the mindset in not doing stuff that's very irresponsible so that I don't spread it to people that are vulnerable and possibly ruin their health.
Thank you all for sharing. So the common themes I'm hearing are, you can really only do what you can do, right? And leave the rest to everybody else, and trust that if you've done your part, Swami will kind of take over and do the rest. So Anika, you shared a couple of tips that you do as far as meditation or writing down your worries and then kind of surrendering it to Swami. For the rest of you, is there something that maybe you've done so far that's gotten you to that point where you can just put your faith in Swami?
If I ever have like a doubt of a circumstance of anxiety or doubt, I typically say Om. I do it till I can mentally and physically calm myself down and bring myself back to a state where I can actually think about the reality of it all and actually come to a conclusion for what I want to happen or how I want to do things and proceed throughout my day.
When I'm also feeling some kind of anxiety or something, I try and use deep breathing to calm myself down, think about Swami, and really like think through the situation I'm in and how I can make it better, how I can use faith in Swami.
So what I do is when I get anxiety, I do the Jyoti meditation.
There's a quote on, in the depth of silence, when you can actually hear the voice of God. And that's what it sounds like you're all doing, right? Finding some way to bring silence in your mind and the chatter in your mind, or kind of bring down your anxiety so that you can then start to feel and hear Swami through you.
I think the quote of why fear when I'm here applies to the situation is because when you form an opinion, you have a certain understanding of the situation. And from that understanding, you form your opinion, your thoughts. Why do I think this? Why do I think that? Even if, as it seems, everyone is against you, Swami loves everyone unconditionally. And he will stand in solidarity with you no matter what. If your opinion is the complete opposite of literally everyone else in the world, he will still love you unconditionally because that's who he is. He loves all, and he is in all. So why fear when Swami is here? Swami is in everyone. Everyone stands with you despite what they say.
Going off of what Rishi said, I think the fear part is more expressing your opinion, because you can have 50 million opinions written down in a journal hiding in your closet, but speaking them is the hardest part. And it's something I've personally struggled with, especially going on with current events. I'm like, should I say this? Is it okay to say my opinion? Is my opinion right? And I think, especially going through all these motions, I realized that Swami gives you that opportunity. If he knows that what you will say is what needs to be heard, he will give you that space. He will give you that nudge to go speak your opinion. And I think that definitely having trust, as I think many of the other discussions have shown, is something that we really need to have in order to have no fear and to speak on or even enact any of these discussions that we've been going through.
So for both of you, there may be things within your support system that help you build that confidence to say, it's okay if I say this opinion, because I know I can tap back into this person or this emotion or whatever that is to support you through that.
Ironically, it has actually been debate, because in debate, we have to research, we have to understand our topics, and based off of that, we have to create like a conclusion. So that support system really helps me like evaluate what I'm going to say, like how I'm going to make my opinion, and how should I stand on it. Like if I don't have enough evidence, how am I going to stand on my opinion? So that really created a foundation for me personally to try to like understand people's opinions and validate opinions or evidence that support that opinion.
From my personal experience, I've always had people with similar opinions around me, or even if they don't have the same opinion, they tend to sympathize with me. So even if the majority of people around me have turned on me for one reason or another, I can still turn to these few people, handful of people that will comfort me or validate my opinion, validate my thoughts. And I think it's important people have that support system around them of other people. Even if there's someone out there who has a conflicting opinion to you, they're still human. And so being able to reach out to them and give your sympathy to them, give your empathy to them, it does a lot for them.
Yeah, those are all really great points. And again, it reminds me, Rishi, you mentioned this, and actually Prisha to some degree you as well. A lot of times we forget that the person that you feel is going against you or bullying or whatever it might be is probably lacking love, right? And confidence. And so sending that love to them, you know, having those meaningful conversations, like you mentioned, Rishi, despite what their opinion is, Prisha, like you said, I think gives them a sense of a community as well. So they know they can tap into you for support also. So I'm really glad to hear kind of those perspectives from both of you, especially now with online, and there's tons of ways to hide behind, right, your voice. And so sending that love and being there for them and seeing Swami in them, I think is huge. So thank you both for sharing that.
Though this year academically is rather similar to the last 3 years, situationally is incredibly different in terms of the coronavirus, online learning from home, not being able to like work with peers or meet up with the teachers. But regardless of the situation, I know that throughout these 4 years, I've always worked hard on my own academics and my own progress. And I feel that this year especially has given me the chance to not only advance academically for my college apps, but also like spiritually. I get more chances to like spend time with family, and honestly, we've been spending that time a lot nowadays, like reading sci literature and doing all those things. That's really cool. But going back to the quote, I feel that I'll also tie in another quote with this, and that is, when you take one step towards me, I'll take 1,000 steps towards you. And I'll modify that a little bit by saying that throughout these 3 years, and now in my 4th year, I have taken a lot of these small baby steps towards my academic success through every single action I've taken, every single test I've completed, all the studying and hard work I've done. And these baby steps, I feel that Swami understands that, and he'll help me walk the next 1,000 steps towards not only my academic success, but just success in general. So there really isn't any need to fear about anything that's happening during this pandemic when it comes to my academics, because I know that the hard work that I've put in and everything is enough to keep me going as long as I keep putting in the hard work for this 4th year and beyond.
When I first heard this situation, I thought to myself, is it wrong to be, a little afraid? Our school system, it ingrains in us this idea that college is important and college is the whole point of primary education. I'm sure the 3 of us were all hardworking, accomplished students in our own respective ways, but now with the pandemic, it feels like so much of what we prepared for and so much of what we anticipated, it's just in flux. I mean, activities that we tried to be consistent in are either slowed or stopped altogether. And, for me personally, I know I prepared for my standardized tests pretty vigorously. And at the time, I sacrificed a lot of things that were important to me. But now to see that basically out the window is kind of heartbreaking. And I feel like a competitive edge that I used to have is gone. And the biggest contributor to that fear is we're the first. I mean, colleges make all these claims about how they've adjusted their admissions process to account for the effects of COVID-19, but we're not really sure what that means because no other student has experienced this before. We don't have a gauge to compare to or any model to follow. So we're basically in this unknown until the results come out. And for me, that's a very difficult place to be in. But when I think about Swami's why fear when I am here, I take comfort in that any other year, if I had applied to a school and I didn't get the decision I wanted, I would have had to take that as this isn't Swami's plan for me, and I don't think this year is any different. If for some reason, COVID-19 or any other reason, I don't get a decision I want, I have to take it that Swami has something else in mind for me, because at the end of the day, why fear when I'm here means that COVID-19 can't stop Swami's plan for you. It's part of his plan for you, if that makes sense. The pandemic can't stop what Swami wants in the end for you. And he only wants what's good for us, and he knows what's best for us. So that will never change, pandemic or otherwise.
For me, I relate to a lot of what Avani said. There's a lot of things I did ahead of time, and even compared to a lot of my peers. And now with the pandemic, I feel like a lot of that preparedness has gone in with online learning. It's just not the same. I feel like I'm losing a quality of education. One thing I can take comfort in is, although I did lose some opportunities on what I originally had in mind, I gained some different opportunities that showed me some new things I really enjoy, like an opportunity for research and an opportunity to take my own classes elsewhere. That I discovered some things I wouldn't have realized I enjoyed otherwise. And beyond that, for the general college process, what I think is I've done what I can, and although the scenario's changed, it's changed for everyone. So I guess everyone's still on an equal footing to some extent. So I kind of trust that whatever happens is what Swami wants for me.
as you all were talking, Swami's quote, "The end of education is character," right, is another thing that kind of comes to mind. Probably what sets you all apart is your character that you've been able to build, that you can still tap into when you're doing those applications and trying to stand apart from the crowd. I can't wait to actually see what the future has in hold for all three of you and what you're going to say on the other side of this, right? Of even if you watch this discussion like a year later, I can really hear Swami's voice coming through and just how much you've kind of just put in him and let him guide you, maybe sometimes not even realizing that he's done that for you. So I wish you all the best.
Om Sai Ram. On behalf of our young adults, humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dear Swami and welcome to Swami's 95th birthday celebrations. In this program, we have asked our young adults to answer either of these two questions. These include, what is their favorite teaching of Swami? Why fear when I'm here? What this quote means to them. Please join us for this insightful program where we get to hear experiences and reflections from our brothers and sisters while they speak from their heart.
Sai Ram. So why fear when I'm here is the quote and the theme for birthday. So while this quote is very apt for the current times, it actually, in my opinion, takes years of practice to truly apply it in the moment that you need it. As a healthcare worker, for me during this pandemic, I have been in and out of the hospital every day. If I truly reflect though on the last 8 to 9 months, however, I cannot really say that I was ever fearful, maybe stressed, maybe a little nervous, but never fearful. And I think I just knew deep within that Swami has a plan and that plan would manifest as intended. Years of talking to Swami and listening to the voice within, I think really helped strengthen my emotional, physical, and spiritual self. And today I can tap into that as needed in an instant. It has become second nature. Chanting the Gayatri, taking a deep breath in, pausing in moments of stress, and really channeling my inner Swami has helped me keep my sanity throughout this pandemic and know that I don't need to fear because Swami is there. Every day I walk into work wearing one of our Region 9 masks that were made. And to me, that is Swami's presence. When I take that off and I put on the surgical mask, I know his hand is holding mine. When at the end of my day, when I wear this mask back on my way back home, I know I can leave with solace in the fact that Swami has done the work that's needed and the Swami within has done the work that's needed. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. So I have actually been at home since this pandemic started and I've not had an opportunity to go anywhere, hardly even go grocery shopping or anything. So for me, it's been very interesting to keep myself occupied and in the right frame of mind as I deal with being by myself for most of the day. And this is where going deep within and doing meditation, reading Swami's books has really helped me because it tells you that you yourself are enough. You don't need any other company. As long as you can go within, you'll find all the environment and all the company you need in order to experience the world from everybody's perspective. Why fear when I'm here, for me, is basically do not fear for anything because everything lies within you. Even the thing that is causing fear to you lies within you. So if you look inside and you eliminate that or start to think about the oneness with whatever is causing you fear, you'll eventually get rid of that fear, and that is what I've been working on. Sairam.
Sairam. Swami's assurance of why fear when I am here is something that helps me keep moving in life. Whenever I'm into any problem, for example during my masters, be it finding a job or internship or any assignment related stuff, I always remind myself that Swami will take care, and that makes things really easy. Being in the Sai fold has helped me instill that faith in Swami. Things become really easy and smooth when you know that the Lord will take care. So that is what I learned from the Swami statement of why fear when I am here. Thank you.
Sairam, one of my favorite teachings of Swami is God is with you, in you, around you, above you and below you, because this gives me a lot of confidence and happiness. A few days ago, I was working on our center bhajans list from my backyard, and it was at this point that I stumbled upon a birthday song that referred to a person working in a garden together with Swami. It felt as if I was that person and that Swami was talking to me and was indeed with me in my backyard. And this gave me a lot of happiness. Sairam.
Sairam. My favorite teaching of Swami is love all and serve all. It is the very essence of Swami's life and his message. One cannot have love without service, and service without love is of little use. It was the year 1995. Swami had completed the water project for the district of Anantapur. He had given free water supply for over 700 villages. The village heads, officers and panchayats, around 500 of them had come to express their gratitude to Swami. Seeing them in the darshan lines, Swami asked why they had come. They said, Swami, we have come to express our gratitude to you for the water you have given us. Swami said, what a mistake. Yanta tappu, naaku krutajnatalu chappadama. You shouldn't be expressing your gratitude to me. I was thirsty. I initiated the project. I got the water and I satisfied my thirst. Why should you express your gratitude to me? In fact, I should express my gratitude to you for having given me this opportunity to serve you. Just imagine, Swami, after spending around 250 crore rupees and then expressing his gratitude for having been given the opportunity to serve. That is a lesson in love and service. Swami did not stop there. He said, I pray to all of you to give me many, many more opportunities to serve you. Love and service are their own rewards. They are two sides of the same coin. I pray to Swami we imbibe this message of love all and serve all. Sairam.
Sairam. My favorite quote of Swami is the end of education is character, because it reminds me to watch my words, my thoughts, my action, and more importantly, my behavior in any given situation. It helps me to remain balanced and undisturbed while feeling the ups and downs of life.
My favorite quote of Swami is, before you speak, ask yourself, is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? And will it improve upon silence? It helps me to self-inquire and practice to speak lovingly and embrace the silence. Sairam.
Sairam. My favorite teaching of Swami is be happy. In different situations, it could mean something different. When my mind is being petty, the teaching reminds me to be grateful. When I feel like my ego is bruised, it allows me to forgive the situation and learn from it. And at times, be happy is to enjoy the bliss of surrendering. Sairam.
Sairam, my favorite teaching of Swami is 5 human values, which is truth, right action, love, peace, non-violence. I believe Swami has come to us not to establish educational institutions, hospitals, or to build water projects. Swami has come to us to fix the root cause of all the problems, which is the decline of human values in the actions of humanity. Fixing a problem is a temporary solution, but eliminating the root cause of the problem is a permanent solution. I believe Swami does not want us to violate any of the human values in our actions. I am far from perfect, but I personally try to check my actions against these human values, and if I feel I'm violating any of the human values, I'll try not to proceed further. And that's how I follow Swami's teaching in my life. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. We like one of the Swami's teaching has forget the harm done by others and also forget the good you have done to others.
As Swami described about this teaching as, do not forget God, forget the harm done to you, and forget the good you have done. You will have to take, but again if you expect something in return for the good you have done, do not forget God, do not put faith in the world, and do not be afraid. Be grateful to those who have helped you. We like to follow this message from Swamis in our real life. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. My favorite teaching of Swami is, as close as you are to God, so close is God to you. It was in our 4th grade and we were performing a drama in front of Swami. During the final scene, Swami went inside the interview room and did not see the last scene. Swami then came back and then took pictures with us too. But we were all dejected the moment we went back to the hostel. We thought Swami missed out the best part of the drama, the scene which he would like the most. It was late at night, but immediately we get a message from Yajur Mandir saying Swami knows that the kids are crying and disappointed that Swami did not see the last scene. So they will be allowed to put up the same drama again in front of Swami and he would watch the whole drama. This shows that irrespective of where we are physically, how far away we are from Parthi, it shows that the moment we close our eyes and think of him and pray to him, our prayers reach him. As close as we are to him, that close is he to us. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Humble pronouns to the lotus feet of Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Om Sri Sai Ram. All of Swami's quotes are my favorite. But today I choose and I would like to speak about why fear when I am here. I am blessed to be a Swami devotee by birth. I have come across so many situations where I felt a Swami standing right next to me and clearing my path and taking all my fears away. Whether it is my first stage performance in school or entering into a new country, my first job, or having both the children, I felt Swami standing right next to the doctors in the operation theatre when I had both of my kids. Recently, we as a family has come across one amazing miracle of Swami where my 90-year-old granddad had been affected with COVID. Back home in India, and he was quarantined and he was treated in different city. All he was doing was chanting Swami's name. So he came home, he was tested negative, and surprisingly he found a little Swami's picture which is about a passport size in his pocket, which he's never noticed before. This is a kind of miracle, Swami saying, I'm always with you, I will be with you, and I will be protecting you. And this is my recent experience. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. Why fear when I am here is the theme of this year's Swami's birthday. This year has been a very interesting year so far. I have been lucky enough to be able to work from home during this time. Counting my blessings and just being thankful has helped me stay positive during this time. Being home most of the time has given me more time to do puja, namasmarana, shlokas, and has helped me stay connected with Swami throughout. I believe Swami always has a master plan beyond what we can think of. Just like when our computer is infected by a virus, we have to reboot the operating system and then reinstall the software. Now, I believe Swami has given me the opportunity to look within, reboot my life so that I can come up with a newer and a better version of myself. Sai Ram.
For me, past few months have been very overwhelming. Mainly with both of us working from home and both the kids doing their online schooling from home. It seems that we are always walking a fine line. In these times, what has helped me is a prayer that I say to Swami every morning. So every morning when I wake up, I go to the altar and I pray to Swami to think through me, speak through me, act through me, feel through me, and love through me. What I have noticed and realized is over these months, many things have happened that I haven't even anticipated. Some of them have happened to me and some of them from me, but mainly they all have happened through me. These things gave me an assurance to be happy and not to worry because Swami is with me and guiding me. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. The relationship between the Lord and the devotee is often compared to that of a marjara or a cat. The mother cat holds the kitten by its mouth and goes about doing all her activities. Her teeth are sharp, but she exerts the right amount of force so as to have a firm grip, but at the same time not hurt the kitten. The kitten, on the other hand, places its complete faith in the mother and allows itself to be held by the mother. In the same way, let us all allow ourselves to be held by the mother Sai, and I am sure that Sai will carry us to safety in these pandemic times. Truly, when Swami is here, why do we have any reason to fear? Sai Ram.
Sai Ram. This brings us to question and answer session with our guest speaker, Dr. Jnanabhaskar. We received your questions for our speaker, and we have compiled common questions together. Some questions were also hopefully answered by the speech. Today we have two moderators, Pranesh Ramu and myself, who will ask questions of our speaker.
Thanks, Ravi. Sai Ram Jnanabhaskar sir, very happy to have you. The first question we have today is it possible to get rid of fear? What are the methods and how do we deal with fear?
Thank you, Sai Ram, everybody. Once again, it's a pleasure for me to be participating in this satsang. And the question is, what is fear and how do we overcome fear? So we heard in the morning that fear is an emotion we experience that causes stress, anxiety, and worry. It's a combination of all of those. So, fear is born of not knowing what to expect, or fear of born out of a risk of losing something that we might like to possess. So fear. So the fears could be fear of loss, fear of uncertainty. So it's not we are using the word fear, but it could be fear of several different things. So fear of loss is about fear of losing something that we like. So we like somebody, and so we think, oh, this person I should always be surrounded with, and then we are afraid or sad when we lose such a person from our life. So that is what is the cause there. The attachment is the cause there, right? And then the second reason is that, okay, we don't like something and therefore we don't want it to come to us. So that is we are afraid, therefore that may come to us. So because we like to be happy all the time, we don't like being sad, so we don't want things that make us sad to come into our lives. So so that is another way to look at it from a spiritual perspective is we dislike. So on one side is attachment, on the opposite of that is not detachment, but a kind of a hatred for something. So in Sanskrit, the terminology in spiritual scriptures is, one is called raga, attachment, other is called dvesha, and both lead to some form of fear or other. One is fear that somebody is my enemy, I don't know what that fellow is going to do to me, so I am scared. Tomorrow we don't know what plan he is going to hatch and come up to cause some harm. Or something I love or somebody I love is with me and I am afraid to lose it. So one is raga and other is desha. And these are the reasons why, at a very, very high level, these are the reasons why we experience this fear, right? So what is fear is the question. So the causes of fear, why do we feel scared? So of course, we identified the causes of fear as raga and desha primarily. Okay, desha is hatred, but desha is a kind of an aversion. Okay, we don't want something, and therefore I'm afraid it may come to me. Something like that. So without getting too philosophical. So that is the cause of fear. And therefore, how do I get rid of fear? What are the means by which I can get rid of fear? So like we talked about at length in the morning, we do know that there is a God, Bhagawan, who is there to take care of us, protect us from fear. Because the whole theme of this conference is why fear when I am here. So how do I get rid of fear? By affirming that existence of God in our lives. That is an assurance that even if we were to lose or we were to, what we like, and even if somebody were to try to cause us harm, we will still be okay because there is somebody overseeing this entire process. This is not as if some random collection of events that just keep happening. And so there is somebody who knows what is happening. There is somebody who is watching our back, so protecting us. So but that awareness automatically, instantly removes fear. But it is easier said than done. So it is okay today when I am okay, I'm in the very elevated mood, I'm in bhajans and all that stuff. And so I feel okay, I think Baba is there, Baba will take care of me. But then tomorrow is a different story. Something will happen. And then I'll start thinking, I don't know, is really Baba there? I don't know if he's really going to take care of me or not. I'll start doubting. So what is the cause of fear? Not having firm faith in the fact that yes, this God is there, this God will take care of me, he has told me. And today morning we also talked why he will take care of me, because I am trying to do everything that he is asking me to do. Baba has laid out how we should live our lives. And if I am doing everything that he is asking me to do, then I must rest assured that he will come to my rescue should there be any cause for worry, or whatever, no matter what happens, it will be because of his will. If I can cultivate that kind of a faith, then I will not have to worry about it. More tangibly, this is philosophy. More tangibly, what can I do to get rid of fear? That is the question. So here is what we can do. What can we do to continuously keep affirming that yes, God will take care of it? What can I do? Well, the simplest and the easiest is to think of God, right? And think of God. How do I think of God? I close my eyes, I think of God. What do I think? You think of a name, and the name brings a form in front of us. So one tangible and most assured and time-tested technique of overcoming fear is chanting the name of God. Namasmarana is the time-tested means of getting rid of any kind of fear that one might have in one's life. Because as we chant, we think of the name, Nama and Rupa. And they both, once they are there, immediately we can try to feel the presence of Bhagawan, and that will eventually remove fear. I'll just share one little story. So there was this one long time devotee, very senior man, and he was in his and he narrated it to me personally, and he is a very successful educator, actually, professor of economics. Okay, so he was in India and he got a invitation to go to Singapore, from Chennai to Singapore. How much is the distance? How long is the journey by air? Maybe 2 hours. I didn't go so maybe 2 hours maximum, maybe 3 hours, right? It's a short flight compared to those of us who travel from United States all the time to India. Going to Singapore is nothing, right? Journey wise. So this gentleman was asked to go for a conference to Singapore. So he goes to Bhagawan to get blessings and approval from Bhagawan to go. So he says, Swami, I have to go to Singapore. And Swami says, definitely go and you will do a good job. Go and come. Then he tells Swami, because this man is very scared of flying. He has not flown in aeroplanes. This gentleman is almost my father says, okay, he's now in 70, not even 70, even more senior. So he says, Swami, I am scared to travel in the aeroplane. So we are talking about fear. Why he is scared? Because he has not had that experience, and maybe because he is afraid that something will happen to that aeroplane, and who knows whether he will come back to land or not. Something like that, fear of not knowing what might happen, or some imaginary thing. So this is the main point of the story. He tells Swami, I am scared to fly on the plane. Swami says, Swamini talchuko bhayam potundi. Always Swami's messages are simple. I hope you understood what I said. Swamini talchuko means think of Swami, bhayam potundi. Fear will go away. How? If I just think of Swami, fear will go away? Yes. Because he is with you, he is there anyway with you. But your thinking of it is making that connection, and you also knowing that he is there. Whether you know it or not, he is always there. But the thing is that I don't know, I forget about it. So he says, Swamini talchuko bhayam potundi. How do I get rid of fear is the question asked. Think of God, fear will automatically go away. That is the simple and the easiest. And to think of God, what do I do? Do namasmarana, fear will go away. I hope in a short way, I hope I answered the question.
Yes, Jnanavaskar sir. Thank you so much. How Swami tells it in a very easy way through you to for us to remember at times of fear like this. Thank you so much. And going to the next question, could you please share your experience with Swami and also maybe touch upon how those experiences help transform you?
Well, I was there in Prashant Nilayam as a student, and then as a PhD student and as a faculty member for a long time. When you ask a question like this, I am assuming that share an experience that pertains to the current topic of fear and so on. Otherwise, we have to have a separate satsang on share your experiences.
Yes.
So I was telling, I remember I described, I think, to one incident in the morning today, that I wrote to my mother saying that my mother is alone in Adayar Cancer Hospital. Please take care of her. And Swami comes and tells me that, am I not there with her? So that kind of things, you see, when he tells you like that, it strikes you and says, yes, this person who I am seeing as a Swami coming and telling me, I see, that is also a very interesting relation there. We used to see him every day, morning, evening, for a couple of hours, and almost throughout the year, except for a couple of months. In those days, he used to spend a lot of time in Puttaparthi. So we used to see him day in and day out in all types of interactions, formal, informal, and so on. So when you are interacting with him like this one-on-one, it is possible to be misled into thinking that, oh, this is just our Swami is telling us and things like that. But the good thing was, we were also able to see at the same time and on different occasions, especially during the festive days, when millions and millions of people would throng the Prashant Nilayam ashram. Otherwise, there were times when we would be sitting in the mandir veranda and we will be 10 people just sitting and Swami around. 10, I am not even exaggerating. 10 people sitting, and then Swami will be walking around. Even if he doesn't have anything, he will have to look at you, he will have to talk to you. That's the kind of crowd. And if you look outside, the devotees, 50 people on either side, 50 men, 50 women. That days also we have seen Swami. And that's when it might occur, because those days are many. And few are the days when crowds used to be there, when especially Dasara, birthday, things like Shivaratri and things like that. So on those days, it is easier to fall into the trap and think, oh, Swami, just our Swami, and things like that. But we used to also see on him on those other times when millions of people would throng that area and will be there yearning to just catch a glimpse of him and touch from him and yearn for him. And he would speak from dais to an audience which is filled with scientists and scholars and all this, and we used to see his grandeur at that time as to what he really is. So that I say something, and that even if, see, devotees are all sitting, thousands of devotees, I'm pretty sure some of you have had that experience. You are sitting in that huge crowd, about 2,000 to 3,000 people here and on the other side, and devotees come with all kinds of troubles and fears and problems. Baba is spending like at the most half an hour time or 40 minutes time just taking a walk. I'm talking about the 1980s time when Baba was moving about freely and mingling with the devotees and so on. So we used to see this, and devotees will hand over letters to him. Swami will pick some and he will not pick the majority of them. And then some people, unable to hold their agony in their heart, they will yell out, Baba, my daughter, Baba, my son. We used to hear. And we used to think, look at this. What a yearning they have for Swami. And they will yell out their problem. We can hear it. All people, we are all sitting there every day. So we see this happening day in and day out. They will say, Baba, my son, Baba, something with all their, because they know that that's their chance. Baba is a few feet away. Somehow they want their problem to be delivered to him. Now, what is the guarantee that they are getting? Just they know that even if Baba didn't turn in their direction, even if Baba didn't pick their letter, they know that what they have shouted out has reached his ears. They see that. He heard it. So that's the great blessing to have something like that. It is relevant for this topic. The experience of his grandeur was the thing that really convinced us, yes, he is God. He is God. Therefore, he will take care when he says, am I not there? And then on that same day, actually, this conversation happened in the evening, and then bhajan started. Swami went inside bhajan hall. This bhajan hall that you see behind me, it used to be much simpler bhajan hall in those days, that you don't see all that gold thrown to my right. It used to be a simple, just that chair that is at the center of that you see here, and he went in there for bhajan. And during the middle of the bhajan, he just got up suddenly and he walked out into the veranda where I was sitting. He called me and said, tell your mom that she has, Swami told in Telugu that Swami Daya Dandiga Undani Cheppu. Tell your mom that she has an abundant grace of God, and therefore don't worry. Okay, this is what he told me to tell her. So why, if you imagine and think about it, he told me I was happy, but imagine what this would have done to my mother, who is in Adayar Cancer Hospital. I pick up the phone, make a trunk call in those days, it's such a difficult thing, and then tell my mom, Amma, Swami came, Swami told me to tell you this. Imagine, there is no amount of money, no power on earth that can give the kind of solace to that heart that was worried about herself, worried for her children, that, oh, there is this Swami in Puttaparthi who is telling that his grace is there in abundance, therefore don't worry. Even when he gave an interview to us, then several months later, she was almost actually, I'll finish this in 1 minute or two. He gave an interview. He told me, bring your mom, tell her to come, I will speak with her. And by that time, actually, she was already in the last stages. And now I can tell you she was like 3 or 4 months away from passing away. So Swami told, tell her to come. And with great difficulty, they made the journey, and then they came. And Swami gave an interview to our family, and he talked to her and said that only I know what suffering you have gone through, how much pain you had to put up with. Now you see, I am narrating it as a story that happened in my life to my mother. But I assure you, my brothers and sisters, I am not the only person. There are thousands and thousands of devotees to whom this has happened. And if it has happened to thousands and thousands of devotees, there is no reason why it would not be the case for anybody else. So when Swami says, I know it, I know what you are going through, and I will take care. You spend your life in doing Namasmarana. This is what he tells. Your children are my responsibility. And this is not an assurance given to one Jnanabhaskar's mother. He has given this assurance to any devotee who has placed his or her faith in him. That assurance is granted already. So, experience, these are the kind of experiences where he confirmed that he is none other than God himself. His assurance that he will be there anywhere. Why fear when I am here? That I am here means everywhere, I said, and that everywhere he is definitely there. Will he take care of us? No doubt about it. He will do it in his plan, in his style though. So I will stop here.
It was beautiful. So this question is from one of our devotees. When getting sick with COVID-19 virus, I had a panic attack and was simply paranoid. In this case, how should I fully surrender to Swami to cope with this virus paranoia?
Well, COVID infection is the current thing that is going on. So the question obviously is about COVID. But so it is with any disease that may strike an individual for apparently no reason, right? So first off, Swami has always advocated use of discrimination, right? So you know the 4 Ds and all that. So discrimination meaning viveka, the positive spiritual discrimination, because these days we hear about different types of discrimination. Is all discrimination bad? Well, the spiritual type of discrimination is necessary for a person. This discrimination is a viveka. Okay, it's a spiritual quality. So what is this discrimination? When we are told, because all said and done, we are being told how to take care of ourselves, how to protect ourselves from getting infected, and how not to do certain things, wear a mask and clean your hands, and all these guidelines are being given, right? One thing for anybody to do is to follow these instructions, okay? It would be indiscriminate if an individual says, oh, well, I am a Baba's Bhakta, so nothing can happen to me. Baba said he will protect me. There is no fear because he is there. I don't have to wear mask. I don't have to do anything. And then Baba has to protect. If somebody thinks, then Swami has never advocated that type of irresponsible behavior, right? He always said, just to, and I will come back to this, and he used to tell us always to study well. Okay, we were in Puttaparthi and we were students there. And to be very frank with you, our number one priority was, at least in the early days when we used to be interacting with Swami all the time, our number one priority was not studies. Our number one priority was Baba. So we will go spend to darshan time, then till another darshan we are thinking, oh, today evening we will need to ask Swami this, we have to do this for Swami. Our lives revolved around him. Okay, studies we didn't really care as much. But Swami would always tell, study well. He would always say, study well. Your parents are taking great trouble, great pain to send you to college. Of course, the education was free, right? Nevertheless, we still have to pay for the food, which was small, but that has to be paid. So Swami used to be so mindful of those things, and he would say, study well because you owe it to your parents. So you have to study. Question is, how can I deal with it? I think that is the question, right? How can I deal?
Yeah, how do you fully surrender to Swami to cope with the virus?
Right, fully surrender to Swami to cope with the stress. So now that, say I have followed all the guidelines and I did everything, and in spite of that, things can happen. So when that does happen, the only thing that can keep us together and go through and come out successfully, healthy in such an experience is, of course, in addition to following all the medical guidelines, we have firm faith in God, in Swami, that this suffering too is happening due to Bhagavan's will. Whether it is my own or whatever thing, it is happening because he has let it happen, and that means there can only be a good outcome to that, right? There cannot be, again I will remember a statement from Bhagavad Gita where Lord Krishna has said, Name bhakta pranashyati. He says, my devotees can never come to pranashyati, means they don't get destroyed. No permanent harm can come to my devotees. This is Lord Krishna's Bhagavad Gita Vakyam. Name bhakta pranashyati. Same thing is true here also. So yes, sufferings could be there. I may be going through, but know that what you are dealing with and what you are depending on is a universal phenomena, is a all-powerful God, right? So there are many things that one can say. There is a poem in Telugu that says, Grahadoshambuలు దుర్నిమిత్తములు నీ కళ్యాణ నామంబు అహరహమున్ పేర్కొని ఉత్తమోత్తముల బాధింపగా నోపునే. One great devotee of Lord Shiva asks this question. Grahadoshambuలు means there are many times, why do these things happen? If you ask an astrologer will say, oh, in your astrological chart, oh, Mars is here, or Saturn is there, and this one is here, that one is there. That's why this is happening. And you wait for 6 months, this Saturn will move there, and this will move there, and you will be okay. So Grahadoshambuలు, there are certain bad alignments of planets. Grahadoshambuలు దుర్నిమిత్తములు, right? All these things that people say, నీ కళ్యాణ నామంబు అహరహమున్ పేర్కొని ఉత్తమోత్తముల బాధింపగా నోపునే. Can these things really trouble the person who takes the name of God every single time, every single moment of their life? They cannot. Dahanun kappagajalune salabhasantanambu. He says an example, if there is a fire, can these insects that come, can they say, oh, let us all cover this fire and cover the fire? Can the insects cover the fire and shield the fire from out spreading light? If they come too close to fire, that fire will burn them. So these difficulties, these things that come to us, they cannot truly destroy us if only we can keep his Kalyana Namambu, means this beautiful, glorious name of Lord, if we can keep it in us and then remind us of the Namasmarana. Again, I go back to what I said earlier. How do I surrender to God? We have no choice but to surrender to God. If there was something else I could do, then I would go and do it. I have no choice. So what do I do? I surrender to God and say, I have done everything I can do. Now I am leaving it to you. The only thing we can do is to know that he is there, know that whatever is happening is his will, and therefore no permanent harm can befall us. Have that faith and keep up with the Namasmarana. Eventually, I believe that whatever happens is for the best of the person.
Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of the question and answer session. So I wanted to thank you, Dr. Bhaskar, for being the speaker and answering their questions for us.
So one thing I will conclude with, again, this is a poem that written by a 15th century Telugu poet, and you ask, how do I keep with these things? I can only tell you how I do it, right? I remind myself of these poems and these statements, and I tell myself, I keep chanting, remember these things. Oh, this poem, they have said this, so this is truth. If this is spoken by a devotee in 15th century and we are living in the 21st century and the poem survived for 600 years, then definitely the truth that is contained in the poem will survive for ages to come, right? Pavi pushpam bagun agni manchagunaku parambu bhumi stalambau setrundati mitrudau vishamu divyaharamau nennagan avani mandali lopalan siva sivetya bhasha nollasikin siva ni namamu sarvavasya karamau srikala hastiswara. This is the poem he writes. What he says is that if somebody tries to cause, I won't go into the detail, that will need another half an hour, but if somebody tries to cause harm to us, or any harm were to befall us, If only somebody can hold on to chanting the name of God, no evil can befall, no permanent harm can come. Right? Siva Sivetya Bhashanollasi. Every time if you are chanting the name of Lord, whatever name, form that it may be, and for us all, it may Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, that is enough. A shield of protection around us, not just us, because I cannot be happy if only I am protected. Because if something happens to my wife, gets headache, then you will see how happy I can be. Right? So my wife has to be protected. So if not enough, my child, if she gets some small disappointment, then both of us are sitting and crying. So my child should be happy. So when I say I am a bhakta, I am asking for protection. That protection is not limited to me. It is protected to my wife, my children, my friends, my family, my Sai Center members. That is the reason why we chant at the end of our prayers in all the Sai Centers that Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Why? Why Loka Samasta may keep me and my family Sukhino Bhavantu should be enough. But no, because anybody's misery, anybody's trouble is our trouble. Because we identify ourselves as all children of Mother Sai. So let us pray that in all such special occasions we gather together, we remind ourselves that we are one family. So when I am praying, I am not praying for this shield of protection to come only onto me, but to everyone in this whole universe. Like one of the benedictions is, Sarve Janaha Sujano Bhavantu, Sarve Sujanaha Sukhino Bhavantu. Let everybody become a good person, let all good people be protected. So that is the prayer that is advocated by some noble men. So let us pray that Bhagavan on this auspicious occasion, that Sarve Janas Sujano Bhavantu. Let make everybody good and protect all good people. What else we can ask? That is Sarve Loka Samastas Sukhino Bhavantu. Jai Sai Ram.
Happy birthday, Swami. Happy birthday, Swami. Happy birthday, dear Swami. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Swami.
जन्मदिन तुम्हारा आया जन्मदिन तुम्हारा 30 नवंबर को जन्मे है साई मेरे चंपा है जीवन सितारा हमारा नवंबर का महीना है पावन करेंगे साई भजनों का गायन इस धरती पे भगवान आए इन्हें कहते हैं साई नारायण सच्चे सेवक मेरे साईं बाबा, उन्हें प्यासों को पानी पिलाया। लोग बूंद बूंद पानी को तरसे, वहाँ गंगा का पानी बहाया। सारी दुनिया की आंखें हैं तरसी, कैसा है तेरा जन्मदिन। देसी परदेसी लोग परती आए, अपने भाई को देने बधाई। Happy birthday to you, 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 Sai Baba. Birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, 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 Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, 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 Sai Baba. Happy birthday to you, Sai Baba.
దానికి ఒక అర్థమే లేని రీతిగా ఉంటుండాది.
Today we have meaningless desires.
తన నిమిత్తమే తాను ప్రార్థిస్తున్నాడే కానీ ప్రపంచ నిమిత్తమై ఏమాత్రం కూడా ప్రార్థించడం లేదు.
He prays for his own welfare and progress, but he doesn't pray for the world.
సమాజం చాలా ప్రధానమైనటువంటిది.
Society is very important.
దేశం చాలా ముఖ్యమైనటువంటిది.
Country is very important.
సమాజం యొక్క సంక్షేమాన్ని గుర్తించి ప్రపంచంలో మనం వర్తించాలి.
We have to conduct ourselves keeping the welfare of the society.
కానీ ఈ సమాజమే లేకపోతే వ్యక్తి ఏమాత్రం కూడా రాణించడు.
Without society the individual cannot prosper.
ఆ వ్యక్తి ఎవరు?
Who is that individual?
ఆ వ్యక్తి యందున్నటువంటి శక్తి ప్రేమనే.
It is the individual
ఆ
who has
ప్రేమ
got the strength
శక్తియే
of love.
జగత్తన్నిటిని కూడా ఏకంగా చేస్తుండాలి.
It is the power of love that unifies the world.
ఇన్ని వేల మంది ఇక్కడ ప్రవేశించడానికి కారణం ఏమిటి?
What is the reason for thousands assembling
ప్రేమనే
here?
దీనికి మూల కారణము.
It is the love that is the main cause.
ఈ ప్రేమనే లేకపోతే మీరు ఇంత దూరం రావడానికి వీల్లేదు.
Without this love you would not have been here.
ఈ ప్రేమ ఎట్లా ఉంటుండాలి?
What sort of love?
ఇచ్చి పుచ్చుకునేటువంటి ప్రేమగా ఉంటుండాలి.
It is give and take by way.
భగవంతుని ప్రేమను పుచ్చుకోవాలి.
You have to receive divine love.
ఈ ప్రేమను ఇచ్చుకోవాలి.
And you have to offer your love.
అయితే రెండు చేరి ఏక ప్రేమనే, ఒకే ప్రేమనే.
However, both are one.
భగవంతుని యొక్క ప్రేమని నీ శరీరం నందు ప్రతిబింబంగా నీకు కనిపిస్తుంటుండాలి.
The divine love appears as a reflection in your body.
పురస్కరించుకొని మమైవాంసో జీవలోకే జీవభూత సనాతన. సనాతనుడైన భగవంతుని యొక్క ప్రేమతత్వము సర్వభూతముల యందు కూడాను ప్రతిబింబించుతుంటుండాలి.
The love of this ancient eternal divinity shines in everyone as its reflection.
కానీ ఈ ప్రేమను దుర్వినియోగపరచుకోవడానికి కాదు ఇచ్చిండేది.
The love is gifted not to misuse it.
సద్వినియోగం గావించు.
We have to make proper
నీ
use of it.
హృదయంలో నింపుకో.
Fill it up in your heart.
పంచు.
Share it.
దేశాన్ని ఆనందపరచు.
And make this country happy.
ఇది నీ ప్రేమ యొక్క ప్రభావమైనటువంటి యొక్క తత్వము.
This is the nature of love.
ఎవరికి ఇన్విటేషన్ పంపించాము?
Who are invited here?
ఎవరికి రామని పిలిచాము?
Who are asked to be here?
ఏమీ లేదు.
Nothing
ఆ
whatsoever.
ప్రేమనే, ఆ సున్నితమైనటువంటి ప్రేమనే ఒక మ్యాగ్నెట్ వలె అన్నిటినీ ఆకర్షిస్తుంది.
It is the tender, soft, delicate,
అయితే
magnetic love
ఈ
that has drawn
మ్యాగ్నెట్
you
అనేటువంటి
here.
దాంట్లో శక్తి ఉంటుండాలి.
There is power in this magnet.
కొంతమంది ఇనుప ముక్కలను తీసుకోలేకుండా పోవటం చేత వాళ్ళు అనుకుంటారు నిజంగా ఈ శక్తి ఈ మ్యాగ్నెట్ లో ఉంటుంటే నన్ను ఎందుకు దగ్గర రాకూడదు.
Some don't carry with them the iron filings, therefore they are not drawn by the magnet.
కాదు ఈ మ్యాగ్నెట్ లో శక్తి ఉంది.
There is power in the magnet.
కానీ ఐరన్ లో రస్ట్ డస్ట్ ఉంటుండాలి, అందువల్లనే ఆకర్షించుకుంది.
But that iron is dusted and the rusted, therefore it is not drawn.
డస్ట్ ను క్లీన్ చేసి తప్పక ఆకర్షిస్తుంది.
Remove the rust and the dust, it is bound to be
అది
drawn.
ఏ విషయవాసనలు, అది ఏ రాగద్వేషములు,
sensual pleasure.
అది ఏ అసూయ భావములు,
That is jealousy and
ఇవన్నీ
envy.
నేను పరిశుద్ధం చేస్తే ఎక్కడ ఉండినా నేను నీ వాడే నీవు నా వాడే.
If you cleanse and purify yourself, you may be anywhere, you belong to Bhagawan.
ఎక్కడైనా ఉండును.
You may be anywhere.
అడవుల యందున్న,
You may be in the forest,
ఆకాశముననున్న,
or in space,
పట్టణముననున్న,
city,
పల్లెనున్న,
village,
గుట్ట మీదనున్న,
mountain top,
నట్టేటబడి ఉన్న,
deep sea.
దిక్కులేని వాని సాయినోము.
If you are forlorn and needy, Bhagavan will come to your rescue.
ఎక్కడైనా ఉండు,
You may
కానీ
be anywhere.
నీ హృదయాన్ని పవిత్రం చేసుకో.
But make your heart
ఈ
always
పవిత్రమైన
sacred.
ప్రేమను నీవు పెంచుకో.
Develop the sacred
ఆ
love.
ప్రేమ చేతని నీ జన్మ సార్థకం కాకుండా ఇంకా నీ యొక్క కుటుంబమే కాకుండా నీ పరివారం కూడాను, నీ యొక్క పరిసర ప్రాంతంలో వారు కూడాను పవిత్రం చేయడానికి అవకాశం అవుతుంది.
It is the love that redeems your life, the life and lives of your family members and the neighborhood and
ఈనాటి
society
ప్రధానమైన
by and large.
సందేశము హృదయము ప్రేమమయంగా మార్చుకోవడం.
The heart should be transformed in such a way that it will be full of
ఏది
love.
ఇవ్వనక్కర్లేదు.
You don't need to
మీకు
offer.
తెలుసు ప్రశాంతిలో ఒక పుష్పము ఒక కొబ్బరికాయ కూడాను దీనిలో అలౌ చేయము.
In Prashantilayam, you are not allowed to offer a flower or a
దానికి కూడా
coconut.
మేము ఇక్కడ ప్రవేశపెట్టము.
No, nothing is allowed here.
కానీ ఒక్క ప్రేమకు మాత్రమే ఇక్కడ ప్రవేశం ఉంటుంది.
There is entry for love.
ప్రేమకు చిహ్నంగా స్వామి అక్కడ ప్రయాణమైనప్పుడు ప్రేమ బిందువులంతా కురిచాయి.
As Bhagavan started from there, we have experienced this morning the drops of love.
ఒక శుభ సూచనలు.
They are all signs of all auspicious occasions.
ప్రపంచమంతా కూడాను ప్రేమమయంగా మారాలి.
The whole world should be full of
అప్పుడే
love.
ఈ దుఃఖములు, ఈ యొక్క దేశములు, ఈ అసూయలు, ఏ యొక్క భావములు కూడాను లేకుండా ఉంటుంటాయి.
Then there will be no jealousy, envy or pride.
ఈనాడు అసూయలు మహా దుర్మార్గమైనటువంటి రోగములు.
Today, jealousy is a disease among people.
ఒక ఇంటి వారిని చూస్తే మరొక ఇంటి వారికి అసూయ.
A family is jealous of another
ఒక వ్యక్తిని
family.
చూస్తే మరొక వ్యక్తికి అసూయ.
A person is
ఒక
envious of
గ్రామాన్ని
another.
చూస్తే మరొక గ్రామానికి అసూయ.
A village is
ఒక
jealous of
దేశాన్ని
another.
చూస్తే ఒక దేశాన్ని చూస్తే మరొక దేశానికి అసూయ.
A country is jealous of another country.
కనుక ఈ అసూయ అనేటువంటిది ప్రాకిపోతున్నది.
So jealousy is widely spreading.
కనుక ఈ అసూయను మొట్టమొదటి నిర్మూలన చేయాలి.
Therefore, first kill this jealousy.
ఈ ద్వేషాన్ని నిర్మూలన చేయాలి.
Kill this hatred.
ఈ యొక్క క్రోధాన్ని నిర్మూలన చేయాలి.
Kill this
ఈ
anger.
మూడింటికి నిర్మూలన ఏమిటి?
How to kill them?
ప్రేమనే.
It's love that will help you to
ఈ
kill.
ప్రేమ కంటే మించినటువంటి యొక్క పవర్ఫుల్ ఔషధము మరొకటి లేదు.
There is no other powerful medicine beyond this love.
కనుక ప్రేమను పెంచుకోండి.
Develop love.
ఎవరిని చూసినా నవ్వుతూ నవ్వుతూ మాట్లాడండి.
Talk to people smiling.
నీ ద్వేషం వచ్చినప్పటికీ హౌ ఆర్ యు సార్ అని పలకరించండి.
Even if your enemy comes to you, say, how are you, sir?
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్.
Say, good morning, sir.
ఈ విధంగా పలికితే వాడి హృదయం కూడా ఎంత మార్పు అవుతుంది.
When you say so, their heart will change.
ద్వేషం చేసి చి అని తిప్పుకుంటే వాడు కూడా చి అని పోతాడు.
When you turn your face, the other man also will do.
భవతి.
As is the feeling, so would be the response.
అది తుకారాం చెప్పాడు. మనసుకు మనం సాక్షి, దేహకు గుణం సాక్షి, సర్వంకు స్వామి సాక్షి, ముఠాలకు మూర్ఖం సాక్షి. కనుకనే మనం హృదయం సాక్ష్యం అందరినీ మనం ప్రేమతో పలకరించాలి.
Therefore, our heart is the witness. Talk to everyone with all the love.
కనుక నేటి నుంచి సాధ్యమైనంత వరకును ప్రేమను అభివృద్ధి గావించుకోండి.
From this day to the extent possible,
ద్వేషాన్ని నిర్మూలం చేయండి.
kill this hatred.
అసూయను నిర్మూలం చేయండి.
Kill this envy.
క్రోధాన్ని దగ్గరకు రానివ్వకండి.
Don't allow the anger to be anywhere near.
ఎంత దూరంగా ఉంటే అంత నీవు ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవిస్తావు.
The more it is far off, you will be more happy.
వెరీ 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 హ్యాపీ. చాలా మంది స్వామి హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే అని అన్నారు విదేశీయులు.
Foreigners said, Swami, happy birthday.
నేను ఐ యామ్ ఆల్వేస్ హ్యాపీ.
Bhagawan is always happy.
కానీ హ్యాపీ మీలో లేరు, మీరే బీ హ్యాపీ అన్నారు.
Since you don't have happiness, Bhagawan blesses you so that you would be
నాకు
happy.
హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే చెప్పనక్కర్లేదు.
You don't need to wish Bhagawan happy birthday.
ఒక్కొక్క సెకండ్ నేను హ్యాపీగానే ఉంటాను.
Bhagawan is happy every second.
మీరు సంవత్సరానికి హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే అంటారు.
You say once a
ఈ
year.
హ్యాపీ కోసం నేను సంవత్సరం వరకు కాచుకోను.
Bhagawan does not need to wait for one full year so as to be greeted.
క్షణం కూడా నువ్వు హ్యాపీనే ఉంటుంటారు.
Every moment he is happy.
మీరు కూడాను క్షణం కూడాను హ్యాపీగా ఉంటుండి, హెల్తీగా ఉంటుండి, ఈ ప్రేమ అనేటువంటి యొక్క వరప్రసాదాన్ని ప్రపంచానికి పంచి మీ జీవితాన్ని సార్థకం చేసుకోండి.
Bhagawan blesses you so that you will be happy every minute of your life by sharing the love with everyone.
Om Shri Sai Ram. We all know that Swami always takes care of us. He has now given us an opportunity where all of us can play his role and take care of each other. We have been doing this for long, where we have seen one devotee helping another devotee, or many devotees helping one devotee. We have now an organized way of doing it. Region 2, which is mainly Sai centers in the east coast of US, had launched a service project named Sai Cares more than a year back, and now they shared all their experiences and their implementation with our Region 9 officers. So the Region 9 officers have formed a small group of devotees who were trained by them, and so we are ready to launch Sai Cares in our region around third week of Jan 2021. Sai Cares is a free and confidential helpline to assist all our Sai brothers and sisters in need. We assist many areas of need, including elder care, technology, emotional support, and medical guidance, among others. This is how it works. Any devotee needing help can call up Sai Cares number, your phone number, or log in into your website and seek help. The help may be from a simple request for transporting them to any Sai center, grocery shopping, doctor visit, or physician suggestion, or a request for a group meditation for a sick patient, or for any spiritual or psychological advice. People who receive the calls are anonymous, and the whole discussion between a seeker and the helper are kept in strict confidentiality. Now that I have explained what Sai Cares can do, we understand that many devotees would love to participate in this project and offer to become a volunteer to perform these service tasks. Your service coordinators will very soon share the details of the web page where you can log in and register yourself as a skilled volunteer. If you need more information, please reach us to the Vice President of Region 9, Ernie Duff, or the Region 9 Service Coordinator, that's me, I'm Sainath, or any of your center service coordinators. Let us play the role assigned by Swami to take care of each other. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
Just being around trees makes us feel good, improves our joy, and connects us to nature. Imagine our communities immersed in lush trees and plants. Bringing new life by planting trees in our neighborhood is a valuable contribution to the environment and our planet. Plants and trees not only provide food and vegetation, but also attracts beautiful birds. I feel happy and I could take care of them. One special tree, the Bodhi tree of enlightenment, was gifted to the Bodhi Manda Zen Center in Hema Springs, New Mexico, which for 37 years has been home for Region 9 Unity Retreat on Labor Day weekend.
All the beings in all worlds be happy.
This year marked 40 years of priest Hosen service to humanity at this haven in nature. In the end, 100 plus trees and plants were planted across our region. Diverse varieties like mangoes, guava, banana, coconut, moringa, to name a few, and many vegetables and flowering plants.
Inspired by our initial efforts, all other 9 regions of Sathya Sai International Organization of USA are planning to plant at least 95 trees in their regions this year to commemorate Sathya Sai Baba's 95th birthday.
Sairam. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dear Lord Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dear brothers and sisters, we have come to the conclusion of our celebrations. With Swami's grace, we had a wonderful birthday celebration. Even though we had to participate virtually, I am sure everyone enjoyed the program. At the outset, I would like to offer my gratitude to our beloved Bhagawan for bringing us together to share his teachings. It has been an interesting year. Many challenges, but this is where Baba comes in and always takes care of us. A big thanks to our speaker, Dr. Jnana Bhaskar sir, for agreeing to be part of the celebrations and deliver the inspirational talk on the topic, Why Fear When I Am Here. Once again, thank you, sir. Finally, my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to all the devotees of Mesa, Scottsdale and Phoenix for coming together and being part of the birthday celebration. This function would not have been possible without all your commitment and dedication to Swami. A special thanks to those who helped with the recording and sharing the videos for the program. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you. Jai Sara.
सत्य साई हरे भक्त जना संरक्षक भक्त जना संरक्षक पति महेश्वरा ओम जय जगदीश हरे शशिवदना श्रीकरा सर्व प्राणपते स्वामी सर्व प्राणपते आश्रित कल्पलतिका आबद बांधवा ओम जय जगदीश हरे माता पिता गुरुदैवमु मरियंतयु नीवे स्वामी मरियंतयु नीवे नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नाद ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्र शयना ओम जय जगदीश हरे ओंकार रूप ओजस्वी हो साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा मंगल आरती अंदुकु मंगल आरती अंदुकु मंदर गिरिधारी ओम जय जगदीश हरे नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा
परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थिष्ठार्थं मोक्षप्रदातं बाबा विभूतिम् इदमाश्रयामि समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति